Alrighty then. So, as the title indicates, I just could not do La Mulana today. I'm not in great shape because I slept maybe 2 or 3 continuous hours at a time last night, between waking up arbitrarily and tossing and turning for quite a few hours. So we're just gonna go punch things for a while, have some fun with Spiritfall, because I haven't done the new area for it that was added in the Frigid Veil update. So, you know, good timing and all that. I do have all of the masks unlocked. I literally just got the bear last night when I did a little bit of a warm-up, because I also wanted to understand what I was getting into with some of the new mechanics before trying to show you guys how anything works. I'm gonna go in for Speed Punch right now, because when I tested this last night, it actually did real good work. Basically, the faster I move and attack, the more damage I'll do. And as you all know, I'm all about attacking and moving faster. So it pairs very well for me. I turned on all of these when I was doing my stuff last night. It's a little too much for me right now. So I'm going to turn off Dangerous Elites and Resilient Shields. The rest of these I'm fine with. These two were kicking my ass. Cursed Relics weren't that awful. That's an auspicious start, though, getting hit by the first goddamn rats. It'll be fine. I just gotta get my eye in today. 80% more damage the first time I hit something? Yes, please. Absolutely for it. Those, because right now I'm working on upgrading the masks further, because most of my masks are only like level 1, and I think the only one I've raised at all was the green one, up to level 2. Now, I was told something that I keep meaning to look into and then not doing. There it is. Back here, may the Silent Watcher embrace your soul and lead you to the Gate of Eternity. Go ahead and feed that, and we get the remaining spirit that I hadn't gotten before. When room rewards spawn, there's a chance to spawn an additional duplicate reward. If you slay an enemy without giving it a chance to attack, become invincible and deal extra damage. I like both of these, but I'm gonna take the duplicator because right now I'm not doing the best in terms of killing things before they can hit me. Also, new mechanic in the update. These stray souls you get from adding difficulty, you can use them in place of spending your health here. You also get an achievement for purifying one of those. So if you're into that, you want to do at least one of those at some point. Now, it is worth noting, though, I am a novice at best with this, and I am rusty on top of that, so do not expect perfection. Go ahead and take Zealous Heart. And I don't really want either of these. I mean, Biotic Stress is nice, just not priority. We'll go ahead and take Natural Selection. I'm actually going to be aiming to try to get a bunch of the electric bonuses going. Since since I think those will mesh nicely with my plan to go as fast as possible and attack as fast as possible. But, you know, gotta get them to show up. Sure, I'll take Bird of Prey. Sure, Incandescence is good. I'll take that. I haven't seen the Relic Tinkerer yet. This only just now showed up for me. That will be good, and it does just straight have extra attack damage, so sure. I'm mostly starting with the gauntlets because they're a very just no-thought weapon for me. I can just mash and win decently often. So it serves as a decent warm-up. Grab one of these because there's a couple... They added a bit more meta progression in the update as well. Since we have Incandescence, I'll go ahead and get that to pair with that. Yeah, we'll go with the Hidden Rift, why not? So I'm curious to see if I can double those bonuses. Once. These are just too easy right now. Oh no, you have strucked me. I have a minute to pummel this one into the floor as much as I desire. And you're gone. Nope, doesn't look like these double, or at least it didn't happen to happen. That's fine. There we go, bonus damage from healing. Additional stacks. Like, I know I'm getting a lot of passive stuff right now, and that may fly in the face of how some people operate with this, and usually it's the opposite of how I operate, too. But I'm trying to focus on actually getting, like, the lightning attack, the lightning launch, and the lightning moves. If a move from one of the other ones showed up, you know, for an L2 move, I would have taken that. Just for clarity's sake, I am going to point that out. This is going to be one of the most focused setups I've had, because usually I'm just like, I'll just take things, it'll be fine. Just gonna keep bullying you around the room. You can't stop the bully train. Oh no, you got back armor for a moment. Bam! I got hit, what, once? That was just because I stopped paying attention after a certain point. Bullying was real. What do you got for me? Power Slide's fun, but I ended up not actually using it that much. Absolutely, because I love doing the clap. And we'll go ahead and take Flowing Fists, because cooldown's great. Just give him a round of applause. We do have a couple of stray souls left. We could go to the tribute room. And there's a chance there's going to be a rift there, considering there's a gap. And I don't really care about getting a relic right now. I mean, I could spend health at one of these and then grab the other one. It's not really an issue. Is there going to be another one of those... Aha! There is another one. So, I guess I can't interact with that one. Interesting. That's fine. Oh, yeah, I think those are a wanna-run thing. Perhaps. You know, sure. Nice. Extra stacking status effects, more launcher damage, more damage against elites. That's pretty much exactly what I would want. Yep, there's the rift, like expected. Time to beat up another or ghost thing that is hardly going to be able to fight back. And to think, when I first started playing this, I had a bit of trouble with these. But I think that's partially the fact that I'm just nowhere near as good with the axe, or the hammer, whatever you want to call that starting weapon. Because it could be either, and I still have yet to decide which way I want to go with that thought. There we go. Easily dealt with. Base crit chance... Lunar Terminator's a lot of fun to have, because it's just guaranteed, pretty much, but I'll take the Sharp Claws for fun, because I am attacking a lot, and the idea is to get ramping attack speed, if I can. Yep, that'll combine with what I'm planning to do quite nicely. I would really love to have any of the yellow spawn at all, though, game. Could you give me any of them? God. Just not gonna see it at all today, apparently. Like, we're getting very powerful even without any of what I'm aiming for showing up. Which is nice to see. Here's where I'm gonna start dying, though, because these Rose Warriors really punish fucking around, and I spend a lot of time fucking around. Just gonna wait for that to go off. There we go. Double bears. Yeah, Polar Fissure, considering I'm gonna be getting hit a lot. Freezing Dash is tempting. We'll go ahead and take Edgeguard, though, because like I said, I'm trying to go for having nothing but yellow down there on that meter. Game's not having any of it at the moment, but... You know, I'm trying. Not even in here! Bloody hell. Just really not gonna play ball with me about that. I will take Moonscar, because like I said, I did want any L2 ability at all, and I really like Moonscar. Just look at the damage that does. That's also a really good dunking move if you can get it to line up in the rift. You just gotta not dunk yourself. Yeah, area damage when I get hit will be perfect. Thank you. Like, I'm gonna end up with just a maximum passive build almost here, and that's kind of fine. Just not really what I was angling for, you know? I should probably get some more max health. Our health's not ideal at the minute. And I'm definitely going to want some health for the boss fight coming up. Because I always have trouble with this area's boss. But I feel like that's a constant, because I've not heard anybody say, oh yeah, that boss is easy, if you just do insert thing here. I'm not sure there is an insert thing here you can do against that one. I was hoping for double max health increases, especially with the amount of health I lost getting through that. Yeah, the only saving grace against those Rose Warriors is they can't do anything if they're not allowed to touch the ground, just like everybody else. None of the max HP ones doubled. Sad. Unsurprising, but sad. Speaking of sad, I'm gonna have to buy the health here. If I didn't, I was gonna be in so much trouble for this fight. Even now, I'm probably gonna be in trouble. Because I catch a lot of strays in this fight just because there's so much going on in here with all three of them. And even once you break down one or two of them, they start getting real unpleasant. Like, I genuinely think the Archer might be the best one to get rid of first. At the very least, he's the one who causes me the most problems. But, you know, it's fairly obvious in my case, because I stand still a lot, because I just attack wildly. You can also juggle them when they're getting ready to pick up their friend. His power, which is probably the one big move in this fight, I would say. In terms of making this fight go a bit easier on you. Sometimes my dashes aren't dashing, and that's a problem. Ah! Exactly. Like that. Because I did hit the input, but I think I was in the middle of something else I couldn't dash out of. Ah. Still, that went better than expected for not having any of what I intended to have. Now, does the... Okay, it doesn't add an extra thing in here. I was curious about that. Now we can get hallowed grounds to appear in the burrows. I debated saving more for the notion of Boundless Horizons, but I feel like I'm going to naturally get that anyway. I don't really need to stress about that. I'm going to try again for this build, considering we didn't even get to try it, because it just straight up didn't show up. Something you can do now as well is you can spend your currency for run augmentations to, like, buy starting items, starting enchantments, and starting with a guaranteed spirit. Which I'm actually gonna guarantee myself a Navalik, just because of the fact that we straight up didn't see it in the last one, so I'm not trusting the game to give me what I want again. I'm gonna turn Dangerous Elites back on now that I've warmed up a bit. Just, you know, don't expect success. So I do not promise success even with all those modifiers off. Because I still have runs that I fail. Because I just get too greedy, or I make a mistake, or what have you. There we go. That's one of the ones I wanted, was Adrenal Rush. I want the actual attack moves as well, but that's one of the passives I absolutely wanted for this idea. Just because it'll keep giving me bonuses, basically. Which just makes me stronger. Because not only do I get the bonus from Adrenal Rush, but then it stacks with the mask ability we have now. Just straight more max health. Okay, I'll take that for now. I'd be happier with something more interesting, but I'll take what I can get. I should have went for the money just to get to the Navalik over there, but the reward over here made more sense to take. Yeah, we'll go for another relic. Worst case, I can turn it into money. No harm, no foul. I don't really worry about sweet spots too much. I'm not that level of a player here. I have to wonder if dangerous elites also make their AI smarter, because I've noticed, like, these big red grasshoppers, for example, fight a lot smarter than the other ones do. But the grasshoppers in general have always caused me a little bit of an issue. Because, you know, I'm kind of bad at this. So, it's a thing. There's Breaking Ice again, but the really weak version. Let's take the cooldown speeds for the future. We'll go ahead and go to the tribute room because we've got all those stray souls to use right now. Okay, I can work that angle. It'll be easily replaced as well, so... Pulled down, got a gem. Oh wow, we got the same options again. Well, I'm taking Duplicator again because it was doing hilariously good things for us. Like, just multiplying spirit options is very, very funny to me. What do I have right now? Yeah, actually, give me the Luminous Gem, because I'll put it in Adrenal Rush. And I'll go ahead and buy the health, too. I know it ruins our Arbiter's Hammer, but it's also only a 3%. Fuck. I want to go get the guaranteed Novelic, but this is almost guaranteed to be 3 things. Though it's probably not going to be what I want, so I'm actually going to ignore a Rift. I'm actually going to ignore a Rift for a change. Just because I can hopefully get Duplicator to kick in on the Novelic here and give us 2 of it. Wow, I just had a bad lapse of focus there. Oh, boy. This is why I usually wear the green mask, is because you can counterbalance a lapse like that a lot better, because you can just lifesteal back in. Now I'm gonna have a little bit more of a time. Especially since that was only this room's first wave. Yikes. I dashed, you goddamn bastards. And this was pointless. I wasted a majority of my health and it didn't even work out. Not the first time. Won't be the last time. Even though this is... No, I'll go ahead and take Voltaic Blink. This is the one thing out of it that I don't particularly care for, but it'll work. And we definitely need this heal. So I just made a horrendous mash of things there. There we go. We're nowhere near as strong as we were the last time we came out here, but it'll be okay. Wow, I'm just not timing anything right suddenly. Ew. What is wrong with me suddenly? Now, I was literally mid-teleport if she hit me that time, so I guess that doesn't have iframes? Oh, come on. How does she have priority on that? And why are you armored up again already? Come on. Wow, really? Everything that could go wrong went wrong with that fight. That was just embarrassing. Maybe this plan isn't meant to be. Maybe this is just a bad idea. Wouldn't be the first time. I say as I continue to stubbornly try to do it anyway. Go ahead and grab that just to make my life a little simpler, since I'm apparently going from doing okay to just doing a horrible job. There we go. Not quite what I was looking for, but celerity is part of the plan. Just not the best part of the plan. Because remember, it's move and attack speed bonuses that factor into our mask's bonus right now. So moving faster is going to help, just that's not a very high celerity bonus. It's the only reason I'm a little sad about it. But now we can make it better. Just juggle him to death. Don't get me wrong, I know I doomed myself to disappointment a little bit when I'm not in great shape playing a game like this, but it's fun even when I'm not doing well, as long as I don't have a completely horrific run like that last one. that last one is a little hard to be happy with. God, the super armor on this guy is pain. Die. Okay. I do really want the essence multiplier, but being able to constantly be electrified is a big part of the plan here. Yeah, even though it's only a basic full take attack, I'll take it just to get one of those going at all. There's a shop right up there, so we'll take the dust deposit. There we go. Now we're going a lot faster. Speed. Damn it. I gambled and I failed. To no one's surprise. If we're gonna be attacking very fast, then critical attacks will be helpful. I'll go ahead and take this too. Yeah. Extra dust from all sources will mean I can buy more things. That'll do, that'll do. I do always appreciate the fact that you can change direction on your launcher at any given moment. Ah, they skimmed through too quick. Ooh, they actually got me with that one. Yikes. Go away. This time it worked out because we got one of what I wanted. And I will never say a no to one of the deer's bonuses as well, for the most part. Considering a lot of them are good for survivability. I'll take that trade. There we go. Deal more damage based on electrified stacks. All healing is more effective. And essence. Because remember, we do have that debuff that makes healing less effective right now, just as a run modifier. So things making healing go back to normal is kind of helpful for the fact that I'm still pretty bad at this. This shop is completely useless to us, but it's fine, we're at full health this time. Yeah, I genuinely think that the blink dash was actually messing with my mojo pretty badly. Of course, you know, having an actual attack helps a lot. That went a lot better. Not as well as I would like it to have gone, but you know, take what you can get and all that. Especially since that actually spawned this time, so we're okay. Ooh. Yeah, Haymaker would be very nice, but Sucker Punch. I already have Agility, but I think I can get another copy of Agility. So we'll take Haymaker, and we'll get another hit of Agility. So that one said move speed, didn't it? No, that did say attack speed, so... we're getting there. I wanna attack fast enough that I break the animations, if at all possible. Because that just would be very funny to me. For every 10% health you're missing from your max health, deal bonus damage, refresh all cooldowns, and gain bonus damage when defeating elites. Let's just straight get Fool's Reward here, because I keep getting my ass kicked, so... guaranteed gaining extra damage is good. 8% chance to take double damage. Worth it. I'm so going to die to that 8%. But it'll be funny. Like, we're going full stupid here, and I'm all for it. As is traditional around here. That was a cheap shot on my part, hitting him the second it spawns, but it's an AI, nobody cares. There we go. Nice and easily done. Yeah, boost my attack damage, so yes please. I'm gonna miss not having Duplicator. Not gonna lie. Duplicator was fun. More max health could be the really, really good idea here, considering both the fear of double damage and the fact that my health isn't that great right now. Room for error is always good to have. Our damage output is getting scary, though. Things can't exist on screen with us for very long, as soon as our stacks get rolling. We don't really need the hallowed ground too badly right now. I feel like that'd be a little bit wasteful. I could go for the dust deposit and hope the shop has something good. That would bring me up to 244, give or take what we get from enemies, unless it's more than 100 at this point, which I think it's still 100 no matter what stage of the game you're at, but I'm not certain. It's always a bit of a mixed bag. Let's see. I'll go for it, why not? I've gambled this long, I may as well just keep the meme alive. I mean, at least I can buy all of this. So there's that. Well, I guess I'll take Wings of Flame. I don't really do the aerial combat that much. That's why I'm not super sold on Wings of Flame. But it's better than nothing. Keep raising that attack damage. I debated the even better healing, but I think we're good as far as that goes. After all, the best healing is not getting hurt in the first place. Look at that punching speed when I really get rolling. It is so beautiful. Just oh, there's Moonscar again. More health. I almost don't want to use my launchers like at all anymore because of the sheer amount of bonuses I have on my attacks and the fact that the launchers don't benefit that much from my speed. Just come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. There we go. 28% health or 25 straight up. So I'm not gonna be able to afford all three. I think I will take the 28 because it's gonna be more overall health. Don't really want Voltaic Blink Dash, damn it. I was hoping for the Electric Launcher or Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning would actually be really good against this boss, considering it's 3 enemies. Well, I guess Analysis Paralysis will still work for this, because there will be multiple enemies nearby, but it does need 4 enemies, so it's not going to work for this at all, actually. In fact, 4 enemies being nearby is only good at the start of rooms, so I guess I'll take Shock Absorber since I'm basically guaranteed to get hit at some point. Like, the dash is the only one that I'm probably not going to take the electric form of. Like, the smartest play, I'm thinking, is hurt all of them. And then just kill whichever one is causing you specifically the most problems. Which in my case, as we established before, is probably the bow because of the targeted attacks he has. Second place being the sword because the timing on his attacks just keeps catching me out. Nice, got 2 in 1. Oh yeah, Spear Guy gets goddamn laser, though. Thankfully, we have such ridiculous attack power that we can just rush them down and not worry about it. That could have been so bad. But we are so stupid strong now, and our essence just escalated. Go ahead and take that. That. Yeah, extra elite damage with the trouble I'm having with those upgraded elites is probably the way. And I do use my clap a lot, like we discussed before. Perfect launchers I'm not invested in. We're also maxed out on options now, so I'd have to replace. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm waiting that out because that's gonna fuck my day up. There's Chain Lightning Bolt. Ooh, but cooldown speed. Ah! Now get the Chain Lightning Bolt for... Ah! All of these are really good. They really don't want me to get Chain Lightning Bolt. Well, joke's on you, I'm getting it anyway, even though that analysis paralysis with 2 enemies is beautiful. Bully, 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 bully. Like, I don't have the greatest launching power because our launcher is still the starting launcher. But we can stack that damage so fast. Oh, they're actually trying now. Don't make me just clap you off the stage. Oh god, I did it again! I didn't intend to hit that button, but remember what I said about the triggers being very, very touchy on this controller? I gripped the controller just slightly too much and fucking threw myself off the rift again. That keeps happening. Oh my god, that guy is huge. Get him the hell away. Oh, ow. God, why? Well, everything about this place sucks. Yeah, we might still die here, if I'm honest with myself and everyone. I gotta start playing a lot smarter. And actually landing my hits would probably help immensely. There we go. Pure juggling power is gonna be what's gonna keep us alive here. There's Voltaic Launcher, but time is of the essence. Actually, yeah, no, we don't really need the essence multiplier anymore because we've already filled out the weapon for the moment. So this is more important to us at the minute, making our launcher less terrible. I'm gonna go to the shop in the hopes of getting a heal. Yeah, because there's more or less guaranteed to be at least one of those here. There we go, get Shockwave, is we will be getting lots of electric stacks. Do I have... I do have 2 Stray Souls left, so we may as well go here. Here and spend them. Because the odds of us surviving to spend them elsewhere are not great anymore. Nice, Voltaic attack went up in rarity and is now 75% in attack damage. Yes! Power! Power! So where's the hidden room in this one? I presume that there's going to be a hidden area somewhere as well. Oh, just on the floor. Neat. Yeah, you just have to look for the butterflies. It's actually very easy to find them. Go! Dead enemy just gets knocked around the room like, hey, get out of the way of the statue. Money, money, money. That would have been really fun if I had timed that right. Oh well. Super armor spoils so much of this setup, though. Just because we have no means of avoiding getting hit unless I'm actually gonna stop the punch train. Which is the opposite of the idea behind this setup. Which is why this setup doesn't really work. Like, grand scheme, this is a terrible idea. Doing it the way I'm doing it. But I'm having a lot of fun, and that's the important part. I should have grabbed the max health first. I'm an idiot. It's fine. Well, guess I'll take the shield break. Now, I've only fought this guy once, and I demolished him before he even got to do anything, so this could go badly. This is mostly going okay till I start, Jesus, catching all of the strays in the world. Yeah, no, we're gonna lose this just because I don't have the health left to tank his bullet pile. That's the problem with that setup, is it's very much you have to be able to tank your way through things. At least with the way I'm playing it. Am I playing it optimally? No, not in the slightest. Like, that's not even a question. I was playing like an idiot. But that was kind of the point to the way I was doing that, was I wanted to see just how stupid I could go. This was fun when I tried this before. Using the booster from the perfect launchers. This is why I use this one, like, exclusively, though, for if I'm actually aiming to make it through. Because you can just gain so much health back. You made a stupid mistake? Oh no. Beat the hell out of your opponent and now you're good. Like, it's fine. Okay, we don't need either of these anymore. And I don't have, like, a particular build in mind this time. Aside from, I'll probably lean into launchers more. Impervious Bolt is actually very good. And Poised is also very nice. Especially with this weapon, because it's kind of slow. But I'm going to take Zealous Heart for now, because I haven't committed in my brain yet which way I want to go with that. So I'll buy myself a little bit of time to think about that. Gotta keep boosting that healing. There are a couple wall splat bonuses in the water stuff, so might be fun to go with that, actually. And boy, are we gonna splat some dudes. Like, maybe a combination of water and ice for maximum wall splatting. God, I'm so not used to this speed anymore, though. Like, we hit that high note right at the end of that last run, and now I'm just having to adjust. Yeah, because as you can see down there, Drenched makes them get stunned longer and take more wall splat damage when they hit a wall, when they get a stack on them. Dowsing Bolt's actually pretty good, so I'll take that. This is a spread shot, and spread shots are almost always kind of handy. It's a pity you can't fully play enemy pinball and bounce them off each other completely or anything. Which I know would be ridiculously powerful, but it would be funny. I keep holding that charge just a second too long. I'm hoping we get that instant charge upgrade that I've had before. It was funny. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm rusty with the hammer axe. It is not my primary weapon. I do like it, but it's just such a playstyle change from what I'm usually doing that I can very badly fuck it up a lot, as you're seeing here. Especially against these grasshoppers, who very easily avoid my lazy attacks and then just slap me for it over and over again. As I'd say, if he survived, I was going up there after him. Ooh, Twister. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. Twister's kind of bustedly strong, if I'm honest. Or at least it was. I don't know if that's gotten changed at all. But it definitely carried a run for me before. Yeah, we're gonna go for that. Let's grab that one. Grab that. Raise our dowsing bolt damage a little bit. Get some more health. It would also be really cool if you had an upgrade option where some of the weapons could deflect projectiles. Not even have them, like, deflect and do damage, just deflect at all. It would be kind of neat. I understand that it would be quite strong, though, especially with how many enemies launch projectiles. Ah, you and your fucking super armor bullshit. I survive on countering the enemy's ability to attack me. That's just how I do. But I also acknowledge up and down that I'm not good at this. That was a bad call on my part. I thought I was gonna break his armor and counter him doing that. I was wrong. I was very wrong. and instead I nearly died. Which this heal will basically only delay the inevitable. Or... I do tend to take less damage in these. But of course, now that I said that, I've doomed myself. Especially when I miss my launcher like a fool. Wow, could I just, like, hit what I'm swinging at, please? God damn me. Like, that juggle from the Twister is so stupid. Especially since it doesn't take that long for it to cool down, either. Ding! Okay, so it didn't come out of that as clean as I wanted to. At all. This isn't gonna save me at this point, otherwise I would take it. Adamant Launcher is tempting, but I kind of want Splash Launcher. So I'm gonna kind of hold on to that slot. Camping is useless to a lot of weapons. Personally, I think it only works for the bow, really, unless you're going all in on a bolt build or something, maybe. So I guess I will take Safeguard. Move speed. Just being able to maneuver will help a lot. But we're in a bad spot right now. Like, a very bad spot. So I'm probably just gonna lose the Enduring Sentry and be sad. Especially since I keep forgetting about that third swing or thinking I can work around it. Brain, please, work with me here. Quit being stupid. Okay, we got through it. I did not expect to win that, but that's why I just quieted down and focused, because I needed to really pay attention to what I was doing to get at that one to work out. Oof. Oh, and we didn't get a healing fountain, because the modifier. Oh, good. Well, there's the instant charge I wanted. It puts your launcher on a cooldown, but you fire it instantly. It is a lot of fun. I don't know if it counts as a perfect launcher with instant charge, though. That's the only thing I'm not certain about. Is you no longer have control over its charge, so... Since it says right after it's been fully charged, theoretically it would have to always be a perfect launch at that point. We'll try it. Though the attack speed might have been a better call, but we'll find out. Ooh. Health. Yeah, this is why the Twister is powerful, is because against basic enemies, you basically can just rinse through them and they can't touch you if they're a melee enemy. Unless they've got incredibly long reach. But instant charge works perfectly for me, because more often than not, I get caught charging the launcher because I choose the wrong time to charge it. Like, I fully understand that it's just compensating for my inadequacies. But also makes your combos kind of flow a little bit better, because you don't have to take the time for a charge. Which is good. I mean, I just become better? Yes. At the rate I'm going, becoming just better is probably the play here. We'll go for that. Oh, it's the big boy. Thankfully, even with instant charge, you can still hold your launcher. But you'll notice with instant charge, you can redirect an enemy very easily, which is great in here, because you can then just launch them to the ceiling and be done with the fight. Done. Plays a mean pinball. The plants are also hilarious. It's like, oh hey, you went for me, but you went into the big death plant, so have fun with that. That's the one issue with instant charge, though, is you have to remember the timing based off of that, instead of being able to hold it consistently. Because even when I've tried to hold the charge, it doesn't always work. But that may just be my controller being touchy, so I wouldn't take that one as a guaranteed statement. That may also just be me being bad as well. That is always an option. Yes. Splash damage is also quite nice. We'll go ahead and heal, and grab another blue in the hopes of getting splash launch. We do have dousing attack. That will work, because I can drench them with my attacks and then hit them with the launch. I wanted Dowsing Launcher because of the fact that it would guarantee to have a stack of Drench on them when I launch them. This one's also quite nice. It's just, you gain guaranteed dust. It's not a ton, but it keeps stacking up. But Dowsing Attack's gonna be the way we go right now, because I need some more output to keep things off of me. We'll go ahead and grab the Luminous Gems. I got things I could put that on. That'll be quite nice. This is definitely a game where threat prioritizing is also going to be vitally important to you. Specifically, prioritizing the threats specifically for you, not like what would be a general threat. No, what, as a player, is the worst thing for you to fight. You clear that out first, and you're going to have a much better time, like, universally. Which I know is a stupid-sounding statement, but a lot of people end up disregarding that concept, I've noticed. And they go for what's a general threat. But I would say it's a better idea to work around your own weaknesses. Which does admittedly require acknowledging that you have weaknesses. And, I know that's not exactly known to be humanity's best trait there. Acknowledging weaknesses, but as one with many weaknesses, I have come to terms with this concept. that jungle punk. I was gonna not bother with the twister there, but with the mushroom just sitting on it, it was a problem. I couldn't get in there without getting tagged. Actually, maybe getting the wounding launcher might not be the worst idea. And there it is. Critical dash also isn't bad. The only decision I need to make here is, do I want to try to hold out for adamant launcher since I swapped which one I was planning to do? Or do I just take rending launcher now? I think I will hold and wait and take critical dash instead. Though we are in trouble. Fighting the Dark Trinity right now in this situation is gonna be iffy. Like, I'm gonna get carried by Twister in this fight, I think. Especially when I misstep and end up in arrow hell again. I thought I was gonna time that right, and instead I threw everything out the window there in a very embarrassing fashion. Oh, he still got the arrow off. I also hate the fact that they get those weird dark bubbles whenever they take on the power of one of their allies. Like, the AoE itself makes sense, but I feel like the extra little orbs coming out of them is just unnecessary. But I also know it's basically just designed as a punishment for people that are, like me, who try to rush too much. How did he take so little damage from that? I feel like he should have died there before I did, but apparently he gained enough defense, or maybe just that much more health, maybe? So he just tanked through my attack and just tore me apart. Gonna get this to make up for just the fact that I am doing a terrible job lately. I was debating grabbing Prismatic Bond, because I do tend to get most Spirit's blessings, so I would be getting a damage bonus all the time. I may as well grab Reaction Time as well. Use the blades for a bit. Change up my plans again. Because the launching plan is good, but I think I'm just not playing well enough for that today. I think I'm just gonna go back to safety here. Considering I have all these challenges on that are kicking my nuts in. Go. Gonna take Shoreline Drift because I don't really think I want Douse for blades. They don't really throw far, so Wall Splat really doesn't help. I mean, on that swing move, I can throw decently far, but it's not this weapon's modus operandi, I don't think. considering it's got a bunch of pull enemy to me moves. Feels like these are more meant to keep enemies close. I mean, I may as well take it for the extra dust for the time being, one way or the other. I'm getting a lot of Killumin. We'll go for the bear. So if I remember right, Frost is beneficial in more ways than just for launching into walls. I believe it's got a slow attached to it as well, like in most games. Been a little bit since I actually read the description for it, though, so we'll take a look. Yeah, oh yeah, it doesn't actually have anything to do with launching inherently at all. I know there's stuff in his trees that give launching bonuses, but it just reducing their move and attack speed is going to be very helpful. But getting Aurora Borealis early could be really nice, because that would get me more modifiers for my weapon. And that is just a basic freezing launcher. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Profit. I am easily swayed by profit. You give me magic item find or money find or anything like that, and I will probably idiotically take that, even though I absolutely need something else. That suits what I'm doing better, so we'll go with that. I really should go looking for synergies. That's part of what's hurting me right now, is I'm not using synergies like at all. I'm just making a mess. I also should use my down attacks more. Some of them are actually very good. I just don't end up pressing down much unless I need to go through a platform. But on this weapon in particular, that swinging blade is actually really nice. I'm also out of practice with using my bolt as part of my combo instead of saving it. That's what was hurting me in that last run, was I wasn't using my bolt nearly often enough. Speaking of, Howling Bolt. No, that's a really close-in thing, is the only problem I have with that idea. And I like the idea of Wolf Punish, but it just doesn't tend to work out for me. So I think I'll take Rending Attack. Especially since we attack a lot, we'll get lots of stacks of Wounded on them. I want to do more stuff with the burning attacks and such, but I've noticed that Burning Launcher and Burning Attack just don't show up for me, like, at all. It gives me Flamethrower and the rest of that stuff all the time instead. Which you would think I would be all for, but I don't actually like Flamethrower that much in this game. I will take Blizzard Bomb Bolt, though. Because I can use that as an opener, basically. I run in, throw the Blizzard Bomb, and then do my thing. Because slowing them down will actually be very helpful. Especially against a guy like this, who will super armor through a lot of my stuff initially. I am gonna have to do a lot of damage to get him off this stage, though, with our launching power being as it is. This is where being better at the aerial game would help me a lot. Okay, that flip kick is actually really good for that. Okay. I keep forgetting I even have that move. Or, okay, he could just leave. You know what? I'm fine with that. He wanted nothing to do with me. I can respect that. He just wanted out. I'm taking a lot of damage just because I can't get that last bit of fucking shield off of him. Get juggled, punk. One of these times you're gonna go off the map doing this. Got him. Well, that was more expensive than I wanted it to be, but it's okay. Ooh, damage per wave is good, but Lost at Sea is also really good, because it only gets half bonus against bosses, as it says there, but like in the rifts and such, probably would also be good. I don't know if the rift guys count as bosses or not. Considering they don't have a health bar, and they're kind of their own thing, I would assume not. We're not flying through enough without getting hit for the essence multiplier to be that great. We'll take the damage bonus on Lunar Terminator instead. Like, our essence is kinda sad. Look at all that multi-hit, and that's why I'm like, you know what, wounding probably works pretty well. It's just the odds of getting the critical damage from just the sheer volume of hits coming out constantly from us. I got knocked in the air while I was trying to get him to actually use the damn bolt. That's the problem with this weapon, is you get stuck in your animations very easily. Bosses having straight less max health is nice, but only 8% isn't gonna be enough for me. Really like Moonscar, but I think I'll take the extra base critical chance. Is ordinarily you don't have a critical chance like at all. The stacks of wounded are what's letting me critically hit things. We're kind of fucked on this run, though, I think, because I'm going into the boss with no health, and I'm not that good. Especially not with these blades. I like these blades, but I'm not, like, the best user of them, by any stretch of the imagination. I would argue that the gauntlets are my best weapon. And half the reason we were having problems with the runs with it today was I was trying something kind of silly. So I also do very well with the bow a lot of the time. But I would contend that the bow is also just a really strong weapon, despite what the Steam community apparently thinks, because there were people saying that the bow is terrible in there. Hang on, I've got an invader. Specifically of the insect kind again. Un momento, I need to crush him. Hiding in amongst my... I'm gonna put you guys on an ad break for a moment while I chase this thing. Bear with me. Okay, sorry for the interruption. That one's dealt with. If I see another one, I may have to stop and deal with that one too, because I don't want them building a nest in here anywhere or anything. Assuming they haven't already, but I didn't find one, so I'm going to assume we're okay. Yeah, on that score. There's unfortunately no real guaranteed way on any of that. During a boss fight, though, was a bad time for that to happen. And, of course, there it is again. Oh, I killed you. That one's definitely dead. You probably heard that. Let me just quickly find the body. Sorry to anybody who likes bugs and does not appreciate them being destroyed, but invaders will be dealt with accordingly. The calm of my space is more important to me. didn't account for that hitting behind her. You'd think I'd know that well enough by now. Phew. I was gonna say it's gonna be close, but as it turns out, it was in fact very close. Yeah, the blade is close. Bad things. And the heal's deactivated again. It's got a 50-50 chance of working, by the way, and what do you know? That 50% has not been favorable today. Launcher attaches to an enemy, creates a powerful magnetic force that deals damage and pulls enemies in. Launcher has more range. It already has ridiculously long range when it's charged properly, so I'm kind of not needing that. Speed will be funny. We'll go ahead and take the magnetic link and the boss damage. Again, not good enough with sweet spots for that to be of any particular value to me. Okay, starting to get my feel back again. Ooh. They really rewarded me for some reason here, okay. Adrenaline rush. So I gotta say, that healing reduction is definitely kicking in on my lifesteal too, I think. That was a bad hit to take. And we're dead. But thankfully we have that revive I purchased, so we got that going for us for the second, but it is not gonna last us long if we make mistakes like that again. God. Really? We traded? God damn it. I thought he was gonna die before the attack counted. Well, that was shameful. He thinks I might need to accept the fact that I'm just not good enough for this many modifiers to be on at the same time right now. I'll keep these, but I'm gonna give myself back the ability to get my health back in a reasonable fashion. I think the overall just continued decrease of my health is the problem I'm having. I do like chain lightning bolt, so I'll just go ahead and take that. Go. Directly from below, it's not the best for the bow, particularly, I don't think. Hydration, though, considering we reactivated the fountains, is actually gonna be fantastic. We'll go and get this just so I can get the butterfly things bonus again, and hopefully get duplicator again. Yeah. Ooh. That's really good, but I need to actually get an assist, which I don't have right now, and I have not been getting consistently, so I'll take Duplicator still anyway. And just the ridiculous scaling from having Duplicator actually working out was phenomenal. Hydration gets a gem. This one I'll go ahead and spend the health for. Duplicator went up in rarity. Ooh. So now it's a 15% chance instead of a 10. How nice would it have been if the gem and the rarity boost went on Duplicator? That would have been so good. He's just bouncing away over there in the background. Oh, maybe I can't put gems in that one, because it didn't show up. But then again, yeah, I don't know. I'll just keep raising that max health that I'm gonna get, though, because I feel like that's gonna make up for my inadequacies quite nicely today. I am doing an embarrassing job today. Like to at least see the ice area once. You know, considering I named today's stream after that update, I would certainly like to see some content from that update other than the meta stuff. Well, that changed my plan. I was really hoping I was gonna get to dunk him, but I'll take knocking him off the right side. Rooms cleared in each region. Yeah, that'll be useful no matter what I'm doing. And I do like Lightning Strike. Yeah. Because it literally is just drop a Thunderbolt. Complete with most people probably hearing a very loud Pikachu as you do that. It's also, as you can see, fairly potent, especially if you're getting crowded. Some more money. As you can see, going a lot smoother with the bow, because the bow is just really good. I don't really want drenched, though, so I guess I'll take Jaws. Because when I do, like, my vertical kick, it'll come in handy, I guess. You know what? I'm just gonna keep stacking more and more max health just to be stupid. Oh, hey, I didn't have the 3 luminous gems on one thing upgrade yet. I mean, the achievement, rather. Hi, I'm annoying. Hi, I'm annoying. Hi, I'm annoying. I'ma poke you to death. What you gonna do about it? I'ma poke you. Yeah, I'm fucking around a little too hard now. Gonna waste opportunity to get healed. That's okay. There we go, another 5 essence run. Up to 250. What do we got? Launchers are larger. Launchers fire in 2 directions. Armor perfect would be nice, but I think I'm gonna take larger and shoot in 2 directions. And I'll take the extra attack damage. As y'all have seen, I use the attack a lot. Which is interesting, because when I first was playing this game, I aimed for launching a lot. But I've seen just how much your attack damage can scale out of control, so I've started using my attacks a lot more. Like, the launcher is for exactly what it says. It's for moving enemies around. Whereas your attack is, I assume, intended to be your bread and butter move. The whole way through. This is gonna keep scaling, so we'll go ahead and go with that. The lightning bolt's great, but there's not always gonna be a time where I'm gonna be in a position to use it. Whereas something that's giving me guaranteed damage bonus, there's no argument against that. That's just guaranteed profit. Go. Come on, burning attack. Yeah, scorching attack. Ethereal bounty, but no, scorching attack. There we go. I wasn't sure that was gonna reach. Off the map you go. You can get multiple hits with the launcher or arrows, especially when they're made larger, like the, I've got them now. Quit running around. You're literally just trying to timer scam me, you cheating bastard. There we go. We can get our attack up to 50% bonus. Very good. We could get Burning Launcher, too, but I don't know if I want both of them. Now we'll go this way. There we go, less explosion damage. That's actually going to be great, because I take a lot of incidental damage from the boom bugs, because I'm not paying attention to where they are. I'll trade current health for max, and on we go. You know, that 15% chance for double rewards really hasn't been kicking in now that I'm thinking about it. I just realized we had Duplicator and haven't seen a double this entire time. I guess I burnt all my luck out the first time with it. Go. Just fired that off just so I could get away from the boom bug and have him still be dead. Gonna take the money. The thing is, if I don't take Burning Launcher, what launcher would I even take? I don't really need the Electric Launcher. Dowsing Launcher wouldn't help. Adamant Launcher wouldn't be bad for the temporary super armor. I'm gonna go for Soulish here right now, because I want some of the other Soulish bonuses. Needed to think that through for a second. Wow, that just must be the worst day, getting shot with an arrow into a death plant. God, I hate the cloning enemies as well. They're just so annoying, because you'll be in the middle of juggling them and they'll warp away and leave a copy for you to fight. Incandescence. Okay. Had a moment there where it's like, did I remember to unmute after the bug incident? The answer was thankfully yes. Sure. Up and down and down and up and up and down. Not quite the shop I was hoping for, but at least we have full health going into the Dark Trinity. And decent damage output. Not quite the damage output I would like for this situation, but I'll take what I can get. Spear Boy's got too much health left. He needs to be whittled a bit before I commit to killing any of these. I don't want any of them to be at full health. If any of them are at full health, I'm SOL. Until the moment any of them die. I also think that their burst, especially when there's two of them left, takes up way too much of the arena. Wow, am I really gonna fumble this here at the end of the fight? The answer may surprise you in that it's yes. Hey there, Flora. God, I hate this fight! I honestly think this is the worst fight in this game so far. His 3-on-1 is just nasty. Thank you for the good luck. Not great, but I've also been pushing my luck a lot and trying things that really have not been working. So that's not surprising. But how are you doing today, Flora? Grab that too, why not? Like, I'm playing it safe this time, and it's going infinitely better than most of them. Mostly because I needed a palate cleanse of something that works. Because, boy, it's been bad. But I'm also wore out and just not entirely here, so it's not surprising that these haven't been going the best. Goo. Stubbing your toe is bad enough, but losing a nail on that is awful. But hopefully things get better for you. Yeah. Much that I wish there was only up ever with any situation like that, but hopefully it works out. Yeah. Because I am stacking a bunch of burn with the basic attacks, so that should work. I'm too poor for this Celestial Exchange to be that worthwhile to me. I'll take the money for now. And hopefully you didn't get any major burns from the tea. Like, it's unfortunate to lose the tea, but it'd be significantly worse to get legitimate burns from it. This run, not that many. Most of the runs today, I've been taking 5 of them, and it's not been going the best. The lack of healing has been killing me consistently, so I took those off just so I could cool down a little bit. This one's just got 3. Specifically, Cursed Relics, Stronger Elites, and I forget what the other one is that I still have on. There's a couple that I haven't been bothering to turn on, and I forget what they are as well at the top of my brain right now, because 90% of my focus is on not dying right now. God, I'm just doing a terrible job fighting these things. Like, I'm kind of hating the modified elites, because a lot of them end up just super annoying if you don't have a good setup. They just end up so much worse than regular enemies. Which is what they're designed to do, I know, but I don't have to like it. I do, but I don't. A lot of them are interesting, there's just 1 or 2 that are awful. Like, that shielded one I was just dealing with sucks, the super armor one is annoying, and the cloning one is a huge pain in the ass. The rest of them I don't care, they're fine. Like, the bomb dropping one I don't care. That one very rarely causes me an issue because I just smack all the bombs away. Ooh. 40% discount. Yes, please. Like, Fog of War, as far as curses go, I leave that on all the time because I don't even plot out. It's awful. Yeah, the shielded one needs to fucking go. I hate it. It ruins the flow so badly. Like, I get that it's what it's for, but just, God, I'm just getting caught in so many awful choices positioning-wise here. It's not good for anybody, honestly. Interesting. The game will close in 10 seconds, apparently. Yeah? Huh. I've never had that crash before. The game has legitimately never crashed until right there. And I don't know why it did. Like, it said something about error enemy controller, but I don't know what happened there. I'm just gonna reboot the game and not think about it right now. I will always send the thing. Yeah, the thing is, if you're paying attention, you'll see the shield symbol on them and know not to go in on them, but in the flow of combat, it's very easy to not realize it and get horribly screwed. Go ahead and upgrade Nature's Wrath again. Yeah, right now I've got Cursed Relics, Fog of War, and Dangerous Elites were on. I had Drought and Health Emergency on as well before. And Resilient Shields. The only one I didn't turn on was Inflation, because I just didn't want to be that limited. Because I hate the idea of getting that hard limited, because it just isn't a fun limitation to have. I don't think it makes it hard in a interesting or fun way. It just means, oh hey, you have less stuff. Enjoy having less things. But I will go ahead and turn the rest of these back on. And I haven't been using the run augmentations much. I probably should be using them more. But you do get enough out of the Stray Souls, I'd say, in terms of benefits, that they kind of balance out their existence decently. And with the bow, the healing issue shouldn't be as bad. Of course, now I get the adamant launcher I wanted, like, 4 runs ago. Sometimes. I typically grab them every time because I just throw a stray soul in and move on with my life. I've been getting Duplicator a lot, and the first time I got it, it was ridiculous. It triggered, like, every time, even though it was only 10%. And let me tell you, lots of Duplicator procs gets stupid, and ever since that run with that, I've been grabbing Duplicator if I see it. Hoping for that reality to happen again. But that last run, I had Duplicator, even with a bonus on it, making it 15%, and I don't think we saw a single proc of it that entire run. Which is the risk with that. It might work, it might do nothing. Yeah, there's genuinely not been a downside to any of Ashfarm's blessings, so I see no reason not to take them. I just gotta get the room to show up again. This is... The the way this plays out for me with the bow is why I'm confused when I was looking through the Steam discussions today just to see how people felt about things. People were saying that the regular attacks for the bow were terrible. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I feel like that's just people that don't know how to use the bow at all. I'm not the biggest fan of it mechanically, but you cannot say that it's a bad weapon, though. I feel like that's just a lie. Like, I don't like the little jumping attack and things it's got. I would rather the basic combo pushing forward not have a jump forced on you in it. But it works decently well. Yeah, that's entirely fair, and I would agree with you that the burst on the fists is very satisfying and a lot of fun. You should have seen earlier when I went max speed fists, and oh god. The attack speed got ridiculous, but I kept getting myself in trouble because I would sit still too long just punching away. Well, the thing is, that's a case of each weapon has its weaknesses. And yes, there's a weakness there, but you'll notice I took the armor off that thing just fine. You have to be able to mix your attacks the right way to break armor. The launcher is much better at breaking armor on the bow than the basic attack. The basic attack is kind of terrible for breaking armor. That is true. And of course, a fist or a hammer is going to break armor better than arrows from a bow. That just makes sense, you know? There's just a logic there. Grab hydration, because hydration's really good. The biggest perk to the bow is it's a safe weapon. Is you attack at a decent distance from your opponents. You tend to take a lot less incidental damage unless you're really sitting there like a fool with it. That's the big perk to the bow, which is exactly what the big perk for a bow should be. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is when you're taking things like bonuses like that into account, then there's a lot of variation that happens, yes. I'm speaking in terms of the weapon as base. Because that's what the majority of players are going to experience. Because everybody has to start with it at base. But that also fills into the statement I was making about each weapon having a role, more or less, in terms of what it's good against. So a weapon that best suits the thing you dislike dealing with the most is going to be your ideal weapon. Like, I get annoyed by the flyers and the ranged enemies a lot, so the bow counterbalances my frustration with that nicely because I can match their range, rather than having to chase them all over creation. But I can't say I dislike any of the weapons in this game. There are weapons I like more. I was about to say, just accept your fate, you little bastard. Like, I would say the weapon I'm closest to disliking is actually the starting weapon. And that's just because it's too slow for me. It goes against my taste in weapons. I don't hate that one. It is jank and weird, and it definitely has caused me problems. But I kind of enjoy it at the same time. But I like the weird weapons. That's how I do. Like, it feels similar to the bow to me, in terms of it's got a very strange range. I disagree with that. I would not say it's bad at the rifts. Is it slower to kill in the rifts? Yes. But you can definitely do rifts easy if you know how to use that weapon. It definitely has the worst launching power of all the weapons in the game. I will absolutely agree with you entirely on that. Its launching power is absolutely the weakest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is it is bad at launching, but I have gotten all 3 upgrades out of the Rift almost every time I've went in there with it, aside from when I throw myself off the map with the wound assist. The Howling Slash thing. That's the only way I've failed a Rift ever since the first time I played this game, is I throw myself off the Rift map like an idiot. Because honestly, Rifts are kind of stupid easy. Like, about the only one that's a problem is that one that has a ton of armor on him, and that's just because he takes a while to break through. I'll show you how I use that weapon after this run. And maybe I'll be able to show you something you might have missed with it. It can knock a bit, just not nearly as much as other weapons, again. Like I said. But it does have a couple that can do decently, just not, again, as much. And at least then anybody watching will understand what we're talking about with it. I'm doing a terrible job here, though, because I'm not focusing on what I'm doing at all. I'm just kind of hitting buttons, and because I don't take her seriously anymore, and it's gotten me in trouble a couple times. I've died to her because I'm just lazy in this fight at this point. And once again, the jump on the bow is what gets me in trouble almost all the time. Because it throws off my entire tempo, because of that little hop. See, my problem with the hammer is until you get instant charged, those launchers feel just so sluggish. And the launcher feels kinda needed with the hammer. Fists I love. Fists are probably my favorite weapon overall. It's a toss-up between the fists and the bow for me. Because the bow, like I keep saying, is my safe weapon. Like, my highest odds to win is with the bow. See, that's entirely fair. Not enjoying hit and run, entirely understandable. Because hit and run is where the bow and the... Well, I wouldn't say the hooks entirely need hit and run. They can definitely stick in just like the fists can. But it's a little trickier. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but the Fire Mask is all about the air game, and I'm not about the air game. I would rather stay on the ground. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense, just... It's not a style I care for, is why I don't use it. Much like you don't like the hit and run style. Now, I like my healing too much. That's the other problem. I really like the healing on the green mask. It makes up for how, honestly, still very bad at this game I am. Because it really showed when I went for the yellow mask to show off max speed fists. Like, I can thrive in here. I just rip right through anything in front of me and don't have to worry at all. really want Lightning Strike on the bow, but I couldn't really think of what move I really would have wanted on the bow right now. I always love Twister. Twister's just one of my favorite assists in this game entirely. His Twister's just kind of stupid and very effective. Like, don't get me wrong, I spend a decent amount of time in the air in this game, but I prefer the ground game in this over the air game. I just acknowledge that I don't have much of a choice but to do the air game in order to survive. Not what I'm looking for at all. Take Occultation because a lot of enemies do end up stacking, so it's generally a safe buff. I am doing an awful job this go round though. These Rose Warriors, in particular, out of all basic enemies, are probably the thing that has caused me the most problems. And it's just because of the fact that they've got such long reach, and I always misjudge it, just by that tiny little bit that's necessary for them to kill you. Because they also, you know, do decent damage. That is, once again, that little hop getting me in trouble. Yep, I threw that one because we were in dire enough straits that it was not going to matter anymore. That's a bit of a tough one. It's between Chain Lightning and probably the Ice Bomb, honestly, for me. I really like Chain Lightning, but the Ice Bomb is very, very helpful, and it's got decent launching for a bolt. Yeah, let me show you what I was talking about when I was speaking in terms of max speed fist. If I can get it to line up again. Which I do want to start with at least one Novelic for this purpose. Yeah, Dowsing Bolt's also quite good. With the spread shot. I know I said I was going to show people Blades, but let me show max speed fist right quick first, and then I'll do Blades again. Is you take the damage bonus from attack and move speed, you combine that with Adrenaline Rush and all of the other speed buffs that the Lightning Mask can grant you, and you just start going ape on things. I'm hoping I can get the really high speed going that I had before. But it's gonna need a few things to line up for it to happen. Yeah, that's not a surprise. His Lightning Fist is really good. I don't really need Vanquisher. I'm gonna keep believing in Duplicator. Max health, yes please, and cooldown speed. Convenient. Adrenaline Rush gets a gem. Perfect. There we go. Eve will take attack so I can keep getting electrified. What's that? You wanted to play the game? No, only I may play game. No one else is allowed. I don't have all of the modifications for this weapon, though, so I don't have the best results. So I stopped grabbing the weapon upgrades early-ish on, because there wasn't as many of them available till the recent updates. I know they added a bunch more, but I haven't gotten around to grinding that all out yet. Also, this right here is why I like the fists, just because this move is silly. Just a flailing mass of fists. Ooh. That goes in nicely because I'm trying to rush through. Yeah. Considering you really hate shields, that makes sense. I tend to only go for drenched, though, if I'm, like, using the hammer or such, because that's where I primarily wall splat a lot. And there's a nice bonus to that with drenching things. Like, with fists and such, I wall splat by accident, more than intentionally. I am fucking up so badly against that thing, though. Like, if I was paying attention, that thing would not have been a problem. But I was just being so lazy that it was going very poorly. If this was a better analysis paralysis, I would take this. Well, take Chain Lightning for the guaranteed extra Electrify. Which, here's a question. Do you actually go for maximum possible speed when you go for Lightning Fist, or do you mix it up more? Because I'm talking in terms of going as hard in on speed as you physically can. Which is also what gets me in trouble, because I have no diversity, which leads to my health dropping like a stone if I make mistakes, like I did here. Oh, no. I commit to the bit. It's just funny to me how stupid fast it ends up going. It is not the smart choice, don't get me wrong. Not in the slightest is it the correct choice or the smart choice. It's just fun. Because the thing is, you play very practically, judging from everything I've seen you do. Meanwhile, I've gone maximum impractical. How far can I push this meter? No matter how well or not it works. You managed to get your shield back. Damn it. It is possible to one-cycle pull the sentry, but I don't have quite the right buffs for it, and I completely just did something stupid there. Like, that was an embarrassment on my part there, and I probably have thrown the run now because of that. Yeah. No, that's the smarter way to handle that, is committing to the bit does not actually work. Like, I will be blunt, it is a bad idea, unless you're excessively good. Which I am not. quite there yet. I've gotten to the point where you can almost break the animation. Like, you almost punch faster than the game allows it to animate. Well, yeah. Yeah, considering I want to keep my electricity going, static electricity will be good. I don't think I've ever actually used the bubble shield more than, like, the once to find out what it did. Oh yeah, that's the thing though. That's not what I'm going for. It's just not interesting. That's the only reason I don't use it, is it's kind of boring. Now let me actually show what I was talking about with this. And actually speed mode works for this too, so we'll stay with speed mode for the moment. I just won't bother having the guaranteed novel look because I don't need that for this. Yeah. I agree completely. The hell with Dark Trinity. Dark Trinity is a pain in the ass. I will say that the blades are a reversal of the playstyle for the rest of this game. They're more about bringing enemies to you rather than sending enemies away from you. Because the launcher drags enemies to you rather than launching. The only launching opportunity you really have is this move down here. I dashed through that game. You can't bullshit me. Yes and no. High Burst is dangerous to you if you use it stupidly against that boss. Because, you know, you just cause a whole spiral of hatred by triggering the wrong bonuses for them if you burst too hard and kill the wrong things in the wrong timing. Unless you can just destroy them instantly, which that's a lot more burst than you'll usually get by the time you get to them. Unless you've really gone for a very good build. I hate the fact that there's a shield in the middle of this fucking bunch here. Makes it really hard to set up to do anything. And I don't mean the armor guy, I mean the guy with the red barrier around him is the one I'm upset about. As you can see, I just rinsed right through him. He's not a problem. And now that everybody else is gone, this guy's not a problem anymore either. So I can just drag enemies to where I desire them to be. Like, I would argue that this is probably the most complex weapon in this game. To use properly, this one is the biggest pain in the ass out of the whole bunch. 100%. But it's hard to argue with just that amount of damage output and control. Just look how mobile this weapon is, used properly. Interesting. I agree that the Swordsman's a good tier 3, but I'm surprised that the Spearman's first. Like, Spearman tier 3 is annoying, so I understand that part of it. But I usually get the Archer first. and whoever I can happen to get goes at that point. I don't focus beyond getting rid of the archer. Because usually by that point, I can't focus anymore. See, that's not the experience I've had, because the archer loves to sit still and just get the shit kicked out of him, so he's very easy to hit. Oh no, I run a train on the archer with fists. Because, again, he just sits there and eats the punches. But I think that's a playstyle difference on that one, more than it being a matter of the weapons. As you can see, I'm very reckless and aggressive. I should be playing a lot smarter than I do, in the interest of surviving. Also, getting 2 super armor guys in here, the fuck game. I just want to point that out. Like, what do they expect me to do with this anytime soon? See, that I'll agree. Tier 2 Spearman is annoying. I just have such a hard time getting a hold of the Spearman long enough to get consistent damage on him. Because he is the one who stands still arguably the least. At least in a way that's safe to hit him. Because in my experience, he's almost always covered by an aura from him, like, hitting the ground and such. Though that's usually at Tier 2. Tier 1, he's just jumping up and down all the time, which is annoying to chase around after. Because again, my air game isn't very good compared to my ground game. And this right here is where the blades shine, is when you have wounding attacks. Is the sheer amount of times you tick attacks on something with the spins. The only problem is, if you actually go for those, you run a lot of risks of getting incidental damage. So you have to kind of accept the fact that you're going to get damaged a lot, and need to work around that. Which is why I usually use Green Mask for everything, but I'm risking it for max speed, max damage right now. Speed. Like, I am willing to bet you consistently clear a lot more often than I do, because you are aiming for at least some efficiency, whereas I'm just going. Like, yep, I got this, like, vague idea here, and we're just gonna go. Things will happen, or they won't. See, I could definitely understand how you'd accidentally kill the swordsman. He is very easy to catch in the crossfire. No, to say I've killed bosses with just Twister alone before is true. He does. That's the thing. He has very interesting timing a lot of the time. He'll just pop right into death, and it's like, well, guess he's gone. I've definitely seen that happen for me a lot as well. The consequence of that, though, is I usually get hit by him in exchange. Which is, you know, not what I want. this run's falling apart, but that's because I'm mostly fucking around. And yet again. This is a case of me trying to demonstrate extremes, which don't usually work. Yeah, I don't care for Howling Bolt either. I don't like the fact that it takes your ranged option and makes it not ranged anymore. Don't care for that idea at all. Ah, your armor should have broke on that hit. Yes, yes, now you're gonna waste more of my time by becoming harder to kill for a while again. Like, I would argue the Sentry here is probably the most tedious boss in this set. Like, it's not generally a threat unless you're like me and just get tired of the fight, so you just want to push through it, and you end up taking stupid damage as a result of it. That is a possibility. Especially since I could combo with the extended range, but that's just not how I play this weapon. Be better? Well, no, I can take it anyway, and if it happens to work, great. Because it has screen length range now, so I could use that as a gap close. But I'm also basically dead at this point. Well, yeah. The thing is, it's not even the shield that makes it take a while for her to die, it's the fact that I have to keep avoiding all of the slashing and spamming she does the whole time. I can't just sit there and clock damage like I need to. For example, a sustained damage setup like this to do any real damage, I need to be able to keep hitting to capitalize on the wound stacks. But with her, I have to keep dodging around to not just get chopped to pieces. Yes! I have been doing that this entire time, Flora. The problem is, she gets it back somewhat randomly, is what throws me off, because sometimes you'll still be juggling her and she'll get it back anyway, and that's what pisses me off with it. Like, I've literally had her get her shield back while she's still in the air. And I disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Like, mechanically, I feel like that's just incorrect. But I get that that's intended, most likely, so that they can't just be completely stagger combo to death without you having enough damage to bypass that. It's definitely not my favorite setup. I like it for this weapon in particular just because of, like I said, the amount of free shots with it you get with, like, the spins and such. But I generally play it alongside the healing mask to make up for the fact that I'm having to stay still a lot. And since I'm using the speed mask to show off just pure speed, I don't think so. I've had her do it no matter what setup I'm using, unless I kill her ridiculously fast. Which, about the only setup I've had not have it happen is when I'm going pure lightning and speed is the most consistent one I've had, because I consistently keep hitting her. I think the problem is the second you have, like, a frame or two where she's not actively being hit is when it kicks in. Even if she's off the ground, if she's not constantly being contacted. But it may also be that there are numbers at play that makes, like, extra stacks of some hidden number go for it. Well, fire also does a lot of damage. Like, no matter how interesting or not a fire build is, fire is very high damage. So it would make sense that you would have just burst through her before she could do it. And it might even be that the damage ticks from burning might do something there? I don't know. I don't have enough information to know how that works. Why would I do bonus damage to things with less than 20% health? That's low enough that I feel like that's kind of irrelevant. I guess I'll take Vanquisher in this case. Ugh. I didn't like either of those, though. They're both edge cases that aren't very consistent. I also don't particularly care for the flamethrower, on the note of bolts that I don't care for that much. I'm also nearly dead, so he's probably gonna contact me enough times that I'm just gonna die here, and that's fine. I mean, it may just be a matter of the... how to put this? The speed at which wounded deals your damage is inconsistent. So it may be that there's a gap in there that it takes advantage of to allow her to reshield. I don't know if that's entirely the right wording I want for that thought, but that's the best thing I can suggest there. But it's safe to say neither of us know the mechanics as far as that shield goes enough to know why it's happening with any guarantee. Short of, like, digging into the code, there's not really a guaranteed way for us to know the answer to that. Okay, I think I'm out of blessings over here now. At least till the update. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The gaps are what causes it to be an issue. It's not, like, forever constant damage. I will say, this is probably another weapon that would benefit from the Fire Mask because of the fact that it does have that forced hop. All of the things I don't care about from Solesh. Blech. I'll take the dash, I guess. But I was hoping for, like, Burning Hit or something like that. Which, that's something I'll say. I don't care for most of the dashes in this game. Maybe. That would make a degree of logical sense. Like, I definitely would say attack rate is the stronger calculation in there. Because it may be that she's intended to do it after X amount of damage, but multiple hits may bypass that calculation in a weird way. Like, it may be a meter that goes up based on damage per hit. But it's just a hidden meter, so we have no idea what that meter actually is. Yeah, for anybody interested in playing this that either hasn't listened when I've mentioned this before or is only just half following our current discussion, highly recommend doing smarter builds than I'm doing. Go for synergies. Use the information the game gives you. Don't just fuck around. Like I do. I want to figure that build out better. The only weapon I feel like it particularly works for is this one, and I guess you could probably do it with the bow or the fists too because of their attack rate. I absolutely would not do it with the hammer. The hammer's too slow for wounded stacks, I think, to be worth anything. Like, you'd get really heavy crits the times you would get them, but the odds of you getting a lot of them would be terrible. Yeah, I guess with the dash it would work. I'm just speaking in terms of the actual attack from the hammer itself wouldn't pair well with wounded, I don't think. You would have to have a lot of methods of generating wounded stacks outside of the attack itself. So you would, like, have to have a whole set of wounded moves, I think. Well, otherwise, I don't think it would really kick in till later. I was really hoping for burning attack instead of ice attack, but ice attack might be good for this weapon, because it'll buy me more time to chomp on things. Yes, actually. Is this... Unless there's actually a hidden cooldown for ice shards, this could have a chance to spew a lot of shards. I haven't tried this yet. Let's see if that does something good with that idea. I might be onto something here. Yep, it is raining ice. That's also one of the ways you win rifts with this weapon, by the way, is just juggle them like that, and then just kick them off the map. I haven't really used ice that much. Yeah, if you time it right, as you can see there, you can just infinite jump off of them and send them off the top of the map very easily. This armored guy, though, is a pain in the ass in here because I get impatient trying to rush through him because of the timer. And I fucked up. I've never fucked up like that before. That was a new one. I don't know how I ended up dropping him. That should have made contact. Huh. I've never laddered myself out like that before. That was new. Huh. That's upsetting. Then again, I've never committed that hard to kicking him up and out like that before either. Like, that was 100% my own fault. I mean, I take Aurora Borealis all the time. The thing is, RNG hates me with this game. I've definitely noticed that. If I'm aiming for something, it will quite literally never happen. Because I have had Aurora Borealis so many times, and then I never get ice shards to show up. I could take 12 copies of his set of buffs, and I just never see ice shards again, despite having the requirements for it. Like, now that we have ice shards, I'm never going to see Aurora Borealis. I could pick this thing 100 times, and I'm never going to fucking see it. Sure. Considering the amount of hits I deal out, that could work. Right. That's the thing. When it really gets going, this game gets stupid in the best way. I've done a terrible thing here. I've placed myself just wrong in a way that's gonna lead to problems with this. See, that's part of the problem as well, is that warp she has now really is a problem. I don't remember her warping away mid-combo like that till this recent update, but I may just be forgetting as well on that one. But that warp is what really throws off my ability to do my thing with her. I've been up to, I think, 7 was the best I did when getting to the first boss, and that was because I actually got the essence bonuses. I could aim for them, and sometimes just they don't happen, and it makes me sad. Like, I don't think I've had less than 2 essence since the first time I played this, when I get to the end, even without any bonuses for it. As long as you do decently, you get a lot of essence. Ooh, a chance to refresh bolt cooldown. Ooh. That sounds about right. You would need to at least get a fairly lengthy time without getting hit for the bonuses to really count in. Especially those ones that raise your threshold for how much of a bonus you can have. Come on, Aurora Borealis. Like, I'm gonna actively try for it and watch as I don't get it, no matter how many times I roll Mischieved. Like, I don't even care if it tanks the run that I fish for it. I want to prove the point of just how much of a problem it's going to make it for me to get it. Oh, no wonder one of them had super armor. That's why this was an issue. Okay. I wondered why one of them wasn't being taken down properly. Now I understand. I was too caught up in the moment. Yep, still no Aurora Borealis. What do you know? Let me double check to make sure I'm not forgetting something with that. Yeah, no, it has no requirements. It can just show up on its own. Yeah, there's the Ice Shard Electric combo one. Constellation. Oh yeah, if I go get Combustion, I can make that now too. Which would fit into the current build a bit. If it ever fucking happened. Really? Fucking hit priority in this game. Like, if there was anything I would complain about, it's hit priority in this game. Sometimes feels very out of your favor in a unsatisfying way. Because I have had many a time where I'll make contact with an enemy that has no super armor, no advantages, but their attack counts first, so I lose. And I don't like that. Like, I get that it's probably a balancing thing so that fast builds like this don't just completely dominate the game, but it also leads to some real hefty frustration sometimes when you just get robbed, for lack of a better way to put it. I am not in great shape, but I'm gonna take it anyway. I just need to not ladder myself out of the goddamn arena this time, like a fucking idiot. being a little more careful this time with how high I follow him. There we go. I've also noticed, I swear they pick what rift enemies you get based on what weapon you're using. Like, what weapon you're using or something along those lines, because I consistently get the same ones I don't want with certain weapons. Like, as you can see, it's not hard to win rifts with this weapon. I just have an awful time with the big guy because I'm playing terribly today. Ordinarily, I don't have a problem at all, but of course, the more I say it, the more the universe is gonna fucking slap me upside the head and tell me I'm stupid. Because, you know, part of the problem is I'm sitting here flapping my gums and not actually paying attention to what I'm fucking doing. I also wish that the blacksmith wasn't down here. Like, I get it makes sense, and it looks better in a way that he's down here, but I wish that he was up there with the rest of it just so I didn't have to come all the way down here to get my upgrades. That's part of why I've not actually gotten around to getting all of these upgrades, is because I can't be bothered to come down here. I haven't really tried this mask at all, but this probably works perfectly with this weapon, because it's extra damage per hit, but it does only stack 8 times. Let me refresh memory how pouncing works, though. So I know that's something I got from a meta progression thing. While grounded, briefly dash, then jump. Okay. Oh, right, it's this thing. Okay. Yeah, there's the thing appearing over my head. Okay. What was the benefit from that? Right, you get 50% of your dash cooldown back if you pounce properly. Okay. That could actually be very powerful if I use it correctly. So, you know, bank on that not happening. I'm gonna encourage Solesh to show up in the hopes that I get Burning Attack right out the gate. Incandescence would also be fine. That's not what I asked for, so I'll take Flare Up instead and hope that I can stack more burn faster. But yeah, you're more than likely the best launch on this is probably on those launch rushes, but I'm terrible at using those. Which is why I use the kick juggle instead. I guess I should grab some combat runes at this point because the other ones are useless to me. The mask stuff still will let me upgrade my masks, but the other one doesn't do anything anymore. I gotta love how I say all those things about armor not being a problem, and then every round since then I've had problems with armor enemies, even though I genuinely, until then, didn't. So I'm getting in my own fucking head again and being stupid. They really aren't, they're really just gonna not give me Burning Attack. They're gonna make sure I don't get it. and I'm kind of mad about it. Flaming Leap's on the list of ones I'm not sure how I feel about. His Flaming Leap's another one that'll get you killed for using it. So I guess I'll take the fucking Flaming Wings, even though I'm not gonna use it. Like, the wings are gonna happen by accident occasionally, and that's about the best they're gonna do for me. Of course, you want to give me freezing attack again, but I'm not taking it this time. I will take freezing dash, though. Just let out some gas when you arrive. And no, I'm just doing a terrible job today. In terms of surviving. Changing forms on me. Though, I will fully acknowledge that a big chunk of my survivability problem is probably tied to the fact that I'm running 5 curses all the time again. You know, like a fool. It's like, oh yeah, you are playing above your weight class. What do you know? You're fucking dying. Like, I would 100% say that I'm playing beyond my means. But there's also the argument to be made that that's how you learn sometimes, is playing beyond your means. There's Scorching Attack. It's the weakest version of it, but I'll take it anyway. I can always make it better. At least I have it now. So I can add the burn to all of what I'm trying to do here. There we go. We didn't get the big annoying guy this time. So it isn't set to weapon, then. It just ends up being that I get the big fat guy all the fucking time to piss me off, then. Well, this one does actually fight back better, or in some cases, so this one can actually be somewhat of a threat. Especially when it's actually really fighting like it is now. I don't like that. What's up, Blowfish? How you doing, buddy? Hopefully everything's going well for you so far. Because I know you got big stuff going. Alright. Off the map with you. Welcome back. And like I was saying, I know you got big stuff going, so hopefully it's all going well for you so far. And hopefully you're doing well today, buddy. Remind me as I just juggle this thing to death. It's really trying very hard to avoid that kick now. Ah, I timed out. Damn it. Absolutely, dude. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna have to have a lot of plates spinning for that one for a fair bit. It absolutely should, because it's basically a roguelike, like, built on the mechanics of a platform fighter like Smash. Complete in that specific zone with kicking them off the screen being the only way to kill them. In regular combat, everything has health bars, myself included. In there, I still have my health bar, but they have to be kicked off the screen to die. They're good stuff when you can and tolerate them, because I could definitely fall out of that mood sometimes, so I completely get that. But this is a very good one, and not too expensive either. And it's one I would say is not too reliant on meta progression. Yeah, it's got some of that idea, from what I remember of the first Remnant. I don't know if they leaned into it heavier or not. But Remnant 1 had a mode that was quite literally roguelike. Which I never did play that much, because I couldn't convince people to play that, and I wasn't able to do it solo, particularly. It was brutal solo as far as that mode went. Regular Remnant, though, I got through all of Remnant twice. Just not the roguelike mode. Well, we'll just have to arrange a time for that at some point. And I fully intend to get Remnant 2, it's just gonna be a while because money. You know how that is. I'll take Furious Follow-Up because I end up doing those launcher rushes a bit, but the long-range ones don't tend to happen. And I'll take the attack buff. I finished it once as host, and then once helping somebody else. Who, well, they had already beaten the game too, but we were doing it as a thing, so... Either way. Which, honestly, a lot of Remnant 1 really wasn't that hard. It was surprising. Just a couple bosses were really nasty. And the rest of the game was decent difficulty, without being overkill. That's honestly a good thing, because that's what the first one really needed. The exploration in 1 was kinda bland. That was about the weakest part of that game. So having that be better is phenomenal news. Like, about the only other thing Remnant needed was more. So as long as they've just gone the same but more, I'm pretty on board already. Yeah. Well, that's the same way it worked in the first one as well. Well, more or less. Aside from, like I said, the survival mode they added later, which was quite literally full roguelike mode, which was mean. Go ahead and get some extra essence. Yeah, basically with this game, take like the boon system from Hades and add that on top of Smash Brothers, and you basically have what Spiritfall is. Everything people like. Till you die, yeah. As is tradition, you don't get to keep them if you're dead. But that means you get different build options each time you go for a run, so it works itself out. There are meta progression benefits you can get from each of the spirits as well, though, so there's a lot to gain in between runs. Get laddered. If you beat them in 3 rounds before the time runs out, you get 3 items. Each round you beat them in before the time runs out, you'll get rewarded for that. But the max you get is 3 for that particular room. And they randomly show up, so... But you can generally guess where they're gonna be by where those gaps in the map are. This one. Yeah. Yeah, those rifts are genuinely not a problem. Like, they're honestly, to my mind, just a fun little break in the middle of the run. But when you're first starting out, they can be difficult. And it is still possible to lose them. Thankfully, if you fall out, you lose the fight, but you don't die. It just kicks you out of the rift. You can die to them, because they do damage, but the odds of you dying to them, unless you went in there with like 10 health, are really not very high, in my opinion. Yeah, you've got your heavy attacks, which are launchers, similar to the side specials and such you'd have in Smash. You have a bolt, which in my case is a bomb now, and you have an assist move, which in this case, if I pick Flaming Leap, would be that. Right now we don't have one at all, but I don't like Flaming Leap, so I'm not taking it. We'll get the starting bonus damage. And there's also synergies between a lot of the different abilities you can get. But getting the synergies can be a bit tricky because the synergy ability has to show up in those pools after you get the requirements for it. RNG can be a harsh mistress about that sometimes. And this right here is the worst boss fight in this game, because there's 3 of them. And they fight together. And as you might imagine from a multi-boss fight, you can guess what happens when one of them dies. Everything gets awful. And I don't have the damage output to deal with these guys this time, so I'm going to just lose. This experiment was both a success and a failure. But I have one revive because of a perk I picked up along the way, so we're not out of this yet, but the odds of me making it through this are not great. Yep, there it is. But that allows me to show this off. This is where you pick all of your meta progression based on each of the spirits. They all have skill trees. They're not done yet because it's early access. But there's already a lot of options in each one, and once you get a certain amount of them, you can get different masks, which is why I'm currently pink. There's also 4 weapons to choose from. The hammer, axe, we're not sure which one it actually is, because it's kind of both. The fists, the bow, and the twin blades you saw me using before. Personally, I'm very much a big fan of the fists and the bow. The hammer's a bit of an acquired taste because it's the slowest weapon of the bunch. But it can be very good. You know, I'll try the Mask of Mischieved idea again with the hammer. Yeah, you'll see that for each of the spirits you have a different mask. This one gives you health back if you get hit and then attack the enemy back, which is my personal favorite one because it's a run extender. It will keep you alive very, very well. This is the one I was using. It gives you a stacking damage, which is nice. This one's all about air combat, which is why I don't tend to use it, because I ain't an air player, as we discussed. This one's all about speed and stacking speed into your damage, which is really nice. This one's a little weird. You can jump while charging your launcher, which is the one part of it I really haven't used, and you build up a meter that gives you a damage buff when you throw a perfect launch. And then this one that I think this is the only one I've never put on, because I don't use wave dashing. Because I've never figured it out completely. It's a bit weird. Let's go ahead and have Yamphis be my guaranteed starting choice, so I get drenched right out the gate for launching power. 4. There we go, dousing launcher. basically, you wall splat an enemy when you hit them against a wall, and when they're drenched, they take extra damage and get stunned longer from that. So it's a natural combination. And the edge of the screen also counts as a spot to launch them off of if it's the top of the screen. If it's the sides, they will just go off screen. Go with Sharboa and Mischief. Oh no, Yamphis and Sharboa, rather. Go. Another one down. I'll take Safeguard here, I think, because I was hoping for Adamant Attack to get poised, but straight less damage taken is good, too. Impervious Bolt was also tempting, because it would get me poised, and it's a decent bolt, because it's just a large projectile that pierces enemies. It's by far one of the least interesting bolts, but it's very effective at what it does. It is very satisfying catching them as they walk into the launcher swing. Bing! Get countered, nerd. There we go. Get splash damage, because launcher splash damage is going to be real good for me. I knew that was going to be short, that's why I just cut that shot immediately. Bing! That's my favorite part about the hammer, is just the distance you will send things. Because it's definitely the strongest launch, I think, in the weapon set for distance. There we go. Kill with launcher, kill with attack, get stacking damage in either direction. Turn the fan off, I don't need it as badly anymore. Well, I can afford both, so I'm taking both. I mean, this does give me 7% critical chance, which is very high for just a base critical chance in this game, so I'll take that. Like, I would highly recommend stacking a lot of those max health bonuses when you're still learning the game, because it buys you a lot of time to learn mechanics and gives you a lot more freedom to make mistakes. And then start digging into the synergies and such from there. Before I end off, I'll probably do a run with no curses on, just so we can have decent odds of seeing the ice area finally. Considering I've been doing an awful job of getting there. Worth noting, with a perfect launch, you get a better launch with perfect timing, as you'd expect. Or, as you can see, these are the easiest thing in the world with a good launching weapon. Because you could just golf swing them right off the damn map over and over again. Zero issues. Take the relic chest heal because it's good to have. I don't want any of these. I guess I'll take critical dash because it's the one that ruins my build the least. Because that's one thing I wish this game would allow you to do, is refuse a blessing entirely. Because none of these are something I want. Like either a reroll or a just say no option would be lovely. I'm taking a risk by doing that, but I think I'll be okay. I'm so looking forward to instant charge if I get it. I actually don't use the hammer enough to know whether instant charge is something you can even have a chance to not get. Ooh, that was so close to failure. Because my tempo is just not there with the hammer for fighting her particularly. Okay, at least I got the heal, so we're okay. Yep, I shouldn't have said it, because now it's not here. Sad. Culminating Crush is definitely gonna be good for me. This one, no. No. My air game, no. Take that one and that one instead. I could have just saved my essence for the third area, but I can't guarantee I'm gonna get there, so I'm not gonna bank on that. Banking on that is foolish. Duplicator! Come on, RNG. Especially if I could get 50 health here, that would be amazing for me right now. And this area is pretty good for launching builds because of the fact that you can ping them off walls and plants very easily around here. Mostly because the plants actually exist here, so the plant part kind of goes without saying a bit. The downside is these stabby boys are pretty brutal if you're slow. Same with the bombers, honestly. That could have gone better, could have gone worse. And no duplicate. Sad. Sad times are had by all. Damn it. Like, there's so many gaps in your attack tempo with the hammer, and it fucks me up so often. Like, I get that that's on purpose, and that's how this weapon works. But that's what gets me in trouble with this one. So I'm very much a masher through and through. And there's no shame in that, but it definitely has its disadvantages. Scorching attack is not really what I'm looking for here. I guess I'll take Bird of Prey. So that too is probably not gonna get used much. I know I should have went to the shop, but I'm trying to get the particular boons that are in this direction, now that I know that they're there. Which that's kind of an advantage to Fog of War, is I don't make bad short-term decisions in the interest of better long-term decisions, but I now instead end up making a lot of good short-term, bad long-term decisions instead. So it's a pick-em on that one. But it definitely speeds my decision-making process up, because I don't have to think, well, what's the entire route look like? Not that I tended to do that much anyway, but it precludes that option entirely. Which to me is actually kind of a benefit, because I don't get choice paralysis problems from that instead then. Going from a means of basically having constant control of what your enemies are doing to a weapon where I have to time things and really watch myself a lot more is a real big change. And as you can see, the adaptation doesn't entirely work out sometimes. Like right now, I'm having a time because of just the sheer volume of enemies on screen right now. Between them and the bombs and everything, it gets ugly. Especially when I hit one of those bombs and it doesn't fly away like I expect it to, so I end up blowing up. That one was entirely my own fault, but I feel like that should have launched when I hit it. And it just didn't. We'll widen the perfect launch window and get the enchantment upgrade for this, because I'm gonna stick to this for a little bit, because I need to get better with it. But I will quickly step away for a second. I will be right back. And I think this next run will be the low curse one, just so we can get through, hopefully. Just gonna quickly refresh my dashboard because the buttons are freaking out again. Because Twitch is such a good website. I think this is the most I've used that add button in a long time as well, because I went to ads while I was dealing with the wasp in the room. I went to ads to go to the bathroom. I I'm actually using the button, everybody. What do you know? I wonder... Could speed hammer work? This is a stupid idea. This is most likely a stupid idea, but I'm curious. As I said, I'm gonna turn the curses all off, so I stop getting my ass kicked for a little bit. Like, let's softball one for me here. Because considering maneuverability was part of my problem with the hammer, I think if I give myself the ability to move very fast just natively, like, we already move on the ground a lot faster, for example, it'll kind of counterbalance the sluggish nature of the hammer, which was my entire problem with it. Like, I don't think it's gonna be the best idea, necessarily. Because it won't peak as highly as leaning into what it's good at, necessarily. But I think it will be better for me. Oh yeah, I don't have any stray souls, so I can't give that anything, so I can't use that, though. That's the one disadvantage to having no curses. And, you know, the fact that I have to spend health for these now, but... everything's gonna be so much easier now. See, now that I'm not forcing myself to try to rely on launchers, I'm so much more mobile and a lot more effective. Is that was the problem with leaning into launchers so much, is... It wasn't a problem of the build, it was a problem of my mentality using the build. I was getting in my own head and making myself do it the hard way by trying to focus it too much. All good, dude. You do what you gotta do. I know you've got a lot to take care of. I appreciate you being here while you've got all that going on. Absolutely keep me posted on how it goes. There we go. Pass the burn on to the others. Yes. All will burn. All will burn. Yep. More damage to things with status effects. Yes, please. Like, if I could hit a point where I just tap something with a hammer and it explodes, I'll be so happy. Or... and done. Because we still have so much launching power, even without leaning into it. Probably the Scorching attack? Yeah. So I now have 2 gems in a basic Scorching attack, but that's okay. That's why I'm, like, 2-hitting most things with the hammer. And this way, I guaranteed kill them while they're still burning, so that they hand out their burn to all their friends. Because, you know, sharing is caring. Somehow including when that means sharing death, but, you know, don't think about that part too much. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing bad's happening to me. I'll go and raise Smelting Strength a little bit. I could have gone all in on the attack, and I probably should. But Smelting Strength raises my launching and bolt damage and all of that as well. Yeah, we're moving through her health bar a lot better this time. Because that was the problem, is I couldn't really, like, get the wall bounce damage and such consistently against her. That she would warp away from a lot of the launches. And the burn seems to do pretty good about dealing health damage through the shield, which is nice. We were a little bit too slow and sloppy, though, so we ended up not getting as much essence, though we do get more essence with the curses, though, I think. Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen Sonic Wave before. That tempts me to use the hammer more. Because that actually is neat. I don't use the launches as much with what the build currently is, so I really should have taken Culminating Crush. But I'm too curious about this. Ooh. Give me money. Spread Fire, got a gem. Which put it up to area damage 15, very good. Like, you'll notice we're just having a much easier time now. It's much smoother sailing without Curse Bonanza going on. His enemies, you know, actually die instead of being Turbo Sponge nightmares. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be a cakewalk throughout a lot of this. But it certainly made things easier for me. Because I'll be real, when you have lots of curses on is when you should be playing a lot more sensibly. I was being very sloppy and lazy, which caused me a lot of the issues you saw. With no curses on, I can afford a lot more to be sloppy and lazy and just have fun. To be fair, it probably worked decently well. I guess I'll take electric then. I am aiming for speed hammer right now as a meme. Oh yeah. Max Launcher Bow is stupid. Like, it is so stupidly good. Especially, like, in this area, for example, where things are kind of confined half the time, you can just cause pinball and just watch the fireworks. There's probably going to be a heal in the shop, and I've got a decent amount of money, so there we go. Yeah. Yeah. some weapons have a decent amount of them, some don't. Like, the hammer has more basic attack ones than I thought it did. Not all of them, I don't think. Or at least, not... There are a couple of minor enchantments for the basic attack on the bow. I thought there was at least one regular attack major enchantment, though, but it might be, like, super rare. Or I'm misremembering. That is likely to be true, honestly. Considering I cannot put my focus on remembering lists right now, even with no curses. It's not completely safe. My health is still very steadily degrading. Okay. Bear in mind, I never, like, sat there and checked every single one of them, so that's why I was like, there's gotta be one. It would only make sense for there to be one. But I'm also not surprised that there isn't one. Because the bow does seem like it's designed for you to be using it for its launching purposes. It would just be nice if they actually allowed for the attack-based playstyle a little more. And I wouldn't be surprised if they'll add more enchantments as they develop the game, too. Yeah, I do still want poise, so we'll go with the adamant launcher. I think that's why both of us have gravitated to the fists a lot more, is there's a balance between the playstyles with that more than most of the weapons. Like, you could do genuinely anything with the fists and it kind of works. Whereas a lot of the rest of ones really do feel like they have a handful of things that are just so much better than their other options. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is you can certainly still use the attacks, it's just nowhere near as efficient. Of course, that's what I was talking about before with certain things just being designed for certain purposes. I have fucked up. I have fucked up real bad here. Yep. God damn it. That was a sloppy move on my part, and it's only gonna get worse from here. Yeah. About the only time you then don't use the launcher is if you have no room to use it, and that's rare. Okay, I got through that. That was messy. And actually, you know what? In hindsight, Tier 3 Spearman might be the best thing, actually, because he'll sit there and try to use that beam, and I can just sit behind the beam and beat him to death. There's instant charge. And culminating crush can be regained to fix my mistakes. Yeah. I'm not saying small spaces, I'm saying when an enemy's directly next to you is more what I mean. Because they'll hit you out of your launcher more often than you get to fire it off. Unless you just do like a quick charge shot instead of going for full charge. Which I have the horrendously bad habit of always trying to go for full charge, which gets my teeth kicked in a lot of the time. Yeah, like I said, that's the better choice. No one ever said I make the right choices, which is why I always caveat my statement with, this is what I do, and then this is what you should be doing. I'm taking Impervious Bolt. Like, the way I use launchers is why I like poise so much, is because it makes up for my foolishness in that regard. Honestly, poise is just nice for all those stupid attacks that get through and hit you when you wouldn't think they do, too. So you stop getting randomly interrupted. Let me think for a second. Because I've been just kind of running around and I'm doing that thing again where I don't think about my synergies at all. Health emergency is rough, and inflation just kind of sucks. With how often I take Twister, I'm surprised I've never gotten that to line up, but I also don't take Twister and dousing it in stuff at the same time, so that makes sense. I don't have a spot for half of these, but I could still get Freezing Dash. Yeah, but it makes sense that it's strong because it takes 3 things to get, and a lot of those have a bad habit of not showing up. Like, almost all of the 3 requirement ones are very strong. Just getting them to actually show up. Like, I've taken Lunar Terminator dozens of times, and this has never shown up for me, for example. Like, the RNG on some of these is just absurdity. That needs Howling Bolt. That's why I've never taken that one. That's the other half of that one. I'm just looking through to remind myself of some of these because I've been disregarding things. Yeah, I'd have to go take a voltaic thing for this one, but this one's good. If you mean the one in green that I'm missing, yes. Because it requires Twister. That's the thing. And over here, this also requires an assist. Actually, no, this one doesn't. This one's Bolt is the hardest one. It might be, if you mean the one at the bottom here. No, it literally lists the 3 things. Well, then they fucked up and should actually write the requirements properly. That, you know, that's not the player's responsibility for that. That might just be coincidence. I know it's an absurd coincidence, but I've seen some very absurd coincidences in this game. Because the RNG, like I've said, is insanity sometimes. I've also had any of these so many times and not seen this show up. But this one lists Lightning Strike. So some of these synergies just don't make any sense for how they don't show up. But I think some of it is also the way the pool is set up. In some cases, there's just too many things. And there may be a weird weighting to some of them. But I don't have that information to state things. I don't know what this one is either. Because I've taken Blizzard Bomb Bolt a bunch of times and not seen whatever this is I think. Because I find it unlikely that I've happened to never pick it. But your statement about it not being listed does make an amount of sense, considering this is an early access game. So there's every possibility that it just doesn't have all the information written down properly. This is the dash. This is why I've just literally never taken Water Dash. That one's just a coincidence issue. Not sure why I haven't seen that one, but I may have just never taken it. Okay, that needs Glaciating Frost. That's why I haven't seen that one. I do like Extinguishment. High Conductivity is also a good one. Well, as I've also said before, I just don't care for a lot of the dashes to begin with. Yeah, and these have no requirements, they just show up. Yeah, I've just never taken it because I look at it and go, I don't want that. That's literally just what's happened every time it's shown up. Or something I want more is right next to it, and that immediately sends that out the window. So the dash is the only spot I have open at this point. I don't like the electric one. But it's because it's a teleport, and it feels weird to me. That's the only thing that causes me an issue with it. It's not, like, mechanically bad, I just don't care for it. But again, I don't really like any of the dashes. I'm just gonna take it in this case just to put it on the... Yeah, see, and that's the thing again, is... I'm not playing for the things that are amazingly strong. I'm playing based on what I'm enjoying using. And I don't care for the teleport. It also fucks with my tempo, personally, a lot. And I can't really explain why it does, it just does. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was greedy on my part. I just wanted the big guy gone so he stopped generating fucking lasers everywhere. But I overdid it on that one. I would say chain lightning is the easiest one. At least the easiest way to get electrified stacks going. But it does make sense that that would also be a very easy option for it. That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna go full safety now, instead of fucking around so much, so we can actually get to the fourth area. Well, yeah, you don't use it for stagger. It's literally just to hit multiple targets and get your electricity charged easy. That's its entire purpose. Is in my opinion, anyway. Well, yeah. And that makes sense, because that's what would make sense for it. The electric one's just unique in its purpose to a degree. Because it doesn't share the same purpose. Okay, yeah, I need any of those. So Dowsing Boat will work for this. Okay. But I do also need Tides of Conflict. So I'm going to take Tides of Conflict for now. Just because that's the least likely one of the batch to show up. In my experience. And I'm, of course, going to take Twister if I see it anyway. Yeah, the freezing one has quite good knockback. And, of course, it has the built-in slow to it, so CC-wise, it's decent. Like, I think we can agree that neither, as we've said before, neither of us like the Howling Bolt. And I stand by the fact that the Flamethrower would be the next one in line of, this is not useful. But at least it does decent damage, so it has some purpose to it. And, of course, I went out of my way to go back over for more water, and I didn't get the thing I was looking for. I'll take Ebb and Flow, though, because I do a lot of up and down attacks with the hammer. Now I can't get anything else that works towards what I'm trying to do. So what else pairs with anything you have going on here? I'm gonna be looking at this menu a lot because my memory is just not doing me any favors today. I don't think it's so powerful that it needs a nerf. Because it's not, like, ridiculously powerful. It's very effective, but I would not say it's out of line at all. I don't know, that might be a bit of personal bias there. Well, either that or there may be, like, a certain aspect of your preferred build that fits in with that in a way I haven't seen as well. Because I would rank it highly, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm not saying it's incredible either. It's about the best time for it is when all of the bolts can hit something. And that doesn't always happen. Again, that's the cross purposes of how we use the bolts, is the thing. Is as part of a combo or as a setup, absolutely it would be very good. But as a ranged attack, it's not anywhere near as good because a good chunk of the bolt of it will miss. Because, you know, it has that awkward arc. That's more where the difference in my mind is. If it was good in literally every situation and could do no wrong, then I'd say it needed a nerf. But there are situations where it doesn't do a lot. Mostly, yeah, but I'd say you could aim almost every bolt in the game. The closest to not being able to aim it would be the Howling Bolt. And that's just because nobody likes the Howling Bolt. They really want me taking Flaming Leap. Does that even... Yeah. Like, literally the only reason I can think of to take Howling Bolt is just to get whatever this is. Other than that, fuck it. I refuse. There wasn't anything that needed Flaming Leap, right? Yeah, no, there's nothing that adamantly requires Flaming Leap. No, but it at least gives it a purpose. That's the thing. Is at least then there's a reason to have it. I'm not saying it's a good reason, but at least it gives it some purpose instead of being like, oh yeah, this is just the worst thing. Like, even with that purpose, it's probably still bottom tier bolt. Yeah, but the hooks don't need it really at all, considering they've already got multiple built-in pulls on the launcher. For fists, it would be good, I think. But you also have enough gap-closing options and such in this game that a pull really doesn't need to exist at all. I would say it'd be better if it, like, gave you a temporary buff when you used it. I don't think it does anything like that yet. Yeah, it only inflicts wounded, but if it, like, gave you a temporary increased critical rate or something like that, I think that would be a lot more viable for it. And give it its own identity, working into what the ability's mechanics are already. Because, like, a howl pulling things towards you would make no sense at all. At that rate, you'd be better off asking for it having stronger knockback, because that at least would make sense. Which, that would also be fine, if it had, like, significant knockback, but then that would be counterintuitive to what you would be using it for instead, so that's not very effective either. Keep mismeasuring with the hammer. Like, that's my worst bane with the hammer, is I go for a launcher, and I misjudge it by a tiny bit. Because a lot of its launchers are standing launchers, they don't move you in any way. And I'm so used to things like the fists that move you a bit when you use them. In the style, it makes sense, yes, but as the concept of how it's flavored and how it appears, a pull wouldn't make sense. That's the split. Is mechanically, I don't disagree with you, but in all other aspects, I disagree. % heal whenever I kill with a launcher. The launcher is the strongest thing I've got at the moment. The culminating crush is also really good. Let's get a little bit of speed going, though, because... There we go. I just realized I still haven't gotten, like, any max HP at all. That's fair. I'm just looking at it the way I have to look at it, is full big picture. Because if it became nothing but mechanics, it would get entirely too dry. Like, at that point, you may as well just not even describe what it is, just say exactly what the mechanics are, and then disregard any other concepts beyond that. See, the thing is, the mechanics are just as changeable. As a designer, they have the full power to change anything they want. Because if you're gonna sit here and change things about it, you may as well just change that it's Howling Bolt at all and get rid of Howling Bolt and make something better. You know what I'm saying with that? That just... Like, I think that's a... Well, see, that's what you're saying, but that's not how what you were saying was being read. I was still looking at it within the context of the item remains the same, but how do we make it work better while staying what it is? You were looking at it as a complete overhaul, which is a piece of what you were going at that I didn't get. That's where the fundamental disconnect in what we were talking about. Well, I'm kind of splitting my attention here a bit, don't forget. So I may misread things at times, or I interpret things incorrectly, which can easily happen. You and I are not the same mind. Things can be read differently depending on who reads them. I agree with that logic, yes. I'm not disagreeing with that part of it. I'm just saying it still has to make sense. But if you're completely removing that item, then yes, what you're saying makes the most sense. But I feel like we're both stuck on different parts of this argument at the moment. That I agree with, yes. I have zero problems with that, yes. Now that that has been put clear in front of me, I agree entirely. You want that ability to be an entirely different ability, and I would agree with that. Like, they've already got all that moon stuff going on with it, so they could just, like, incorporate some kind of lunar gravity thing, and then you could get the pull that you want, and then everybody would be happy. And I'm not going to disagree with that. I just wanted to sit there and think about it and actually take a moment to give it a chance, which I don't know if you have or have not. From the sound of it, you have. I had not yet. Which is why I was approaching it from the angle I was. As is common with how we both approach things, you've gone much deeper into this than I have already, because I am all over the place, whereas you are a lot more focused. This is another case of I have the thing and I'm not getting it. I have everything I need for that, I just need to get more green. Also, why is this whole screen a weird color now? Are you seeing that? That everything's just got this, like, weird haze to it? I have not had that opportunity yet because I've not been focusing on the synergies as much. Which is why we've had a difference of perspective there. Which is our usual difference of perspective. Yeah. I was working on that when I played this originally, but when I stopped playing for a bit, I went back in with more of a just go with it mindset today, for example. The entire mindset I have right now was testing out the curses and testing out how the fourth area is, which I've been not making it there, so that aspect of it's not happening, but that's neither here nor there. I think a lot of the ones with requirements at all I feel like should have higher odds once you have the requirement for them. Because I feel like the odds on them are still very bad. Like, I think a little bit of extra waiting for them to show up would be good for them. Because you gotta think, you've got, what would it be, like 4 layers of RNG you have to get through before you can get most of these things? Is you first need to have the spirit blessings you need to show up at all. Like the fire option, the green option, etc. all need to happen to line up to show up at all. Which, for an entire area, you might not get one spirit blessing type or another at all. As was demonstrated when I didn't get lightning at all for an entire run. I usually am, but today I experienced the other end of that, and that's why I'm saying that, is there are cases where that happens. Like, I think ways to adjust the weighting a bit could be good for the game as well. Either be, like, ways to remove things that you don't want from the pool entirely, other than making sure you don't have the requirement for it at all, which can end up being a problem because of the fact that some things share requirements, so you then end up polluting the pool with things you may not want. Like, I think even, like, a single reroll ability at all would do this game wonders. I'm not asking for a powerful reroll or multiple rerolls at all. Just like even a once per run reroll would be huge for this game. I almost got the triple kill, and now, yep, fucking suck. Like, just being able to reroll the boon screen even once per run. I'm not even saying, like, reroll a shop, reroll anything like that, just literally you have those 3 options and you could reroll it once is what I'm asking for. I don't think that would get out of hand at any point, and it would be beneficial. That too. I would love at least a skip button. Like, have it skip and give you some dust or something. Asking for it to not show those again ends up being a little too powerful as far as the pool diversity goes. Removing 3 options from the pool immediately basically means that you end up with too few options left. At least as far as a specific spirit goes. Like, being able to ban 1 thing out of a pool per run would be reasonable, I think. 3 in one go would be a little too much. Yeah. I think internally they should lower the priority when it shows up once. I agree with that entirely. So I've definitely had multiple times where I'll get the same list 2 times in a row. Which, that shouldn't happen. 1 or 2 of the same things showing up, sure, but 3 out of 3 being a perfect duplicate back-to-back, that's unacceptable. Oh yeah. I have had that show up a lot. And the thing is, as long as there's something else usable in that trio, that's fine. Like, mechanically, that's okay. Is it what you want? No, but it's workable still. Now, if you're getting 3 out of 3 things that you don't want consistently, that's a problem. Like, removing things from the pool would be phenomenal for fishing for specific things, which is the case we're really looking at here. But for the game as a whole, I think being able to fish too strongly will lead to people just gravitating towards the same handful of things, and then there will be no build diversity at all. Which already happens pretty heavily with this game. Well, I got extinguishment. I wasn't really going for it, but it's there, so I'll take it. It gets it out of the pool. Which, that's one thing I'll give this game credit for as far as the pool goes. That's very smart. When you take a bolt, you don't get any other bolts. If you get an attack, you don't get any other attacks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you were getting to the same thought I was. Though that's a blessing and a curse, because I've definitely had a lot of times where I'm sitting here looking for... Really? I have never had them show up twice. Anytime I've had attack, I don't think I've ever seen another attack come up. Well, here's a question then. Can you actually swap them? Huh. Interesting. That makes sense, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not supposed to happen, but they put in the replacement option for those edge cases, so you don't get locked. Yeah, no, I've had no shortage of times where I'm waiting, trying to get, like, the specific launcher I want, or the specific attack when I want. Huh. Interesting. That said, though, that does prove that they have precedent for being able to limit the pool, so... It shouldn't be too unreasonable for them to be able to give us more pool control. I think it's mostly a matter of them choosing not to. I literally just need Twister to show up on the note of the current issue, and we finally got a Sharboa spawn. It's like, this is the exact kind of situation I was talking about with, like, the 3-step ones. Is at a minimum, you have to have 3 instances of the right spirits in any particular order showing up, which sometimes just doesn't fucking happen. Which, they made that situation a little bit better by giving you the ability to guarantee a starting choice, but they could go better than that. Twister. Damn it. Alright. Good night, Flora, and good luck with your appointment tomorrow. Hopefully, it all works out the way you want it. Meanwhile, I'm gonna glare at this lack of Twister on my screen right now and be upset. Don't know if I'm making it through this fight here, which is why I was banking on Twister showing up now. You know what? For the hell of it. Just so I fill out my slots. Look, I've got Howling Bolt. Yay. I do have almost all of the requirements for this. I'm just not going to live to see it, probably. The one problem with this fight is he does put out a lot of damage that's kind of annoying to avoid if you want to clock anything anytime quick. Especially when he just starts spamming shots literally everywhere. Oh, neat. I didn't realize you could bounce him off his own allies' hands. That's pretty funny. Oh yeah, you can't hit that out of the air. I thought I could, like, hit it into him and do fun things or anything like that. Which, that's one thing I'll say as a negative for this game. There's not a lot of interaction between you and your opponent's abilities. And I completely fucked that fight up, but that's not a surprise. Okay. It did not seem like it was working with Howling Bolt, but not surprising because Howling Bolt sucks. Interesting, because I did hit the area it was in with Howling Bolt's aura. I saw it make contact, and nothing happened. Maybe I have to be closer? I don't know. I may have also seen it wrong in motion because, you know, I was kind of busy. Oh. That, you know what, I'm gonna still count that as that not existing, because that's such a tiny situation. No. They can do better than that. Like, I feel like the fights against the bosses are not especially interesting in this game. They could definitely be more interactive and more interesting. Since a lot of them do literally just devolve into you juggling the boss to death, if at all possible. I'm gonna be stubborn. I'm actually going to take my own turn at trying to make Howling Bolt do something for me. Yeah, that damage isn't terrible. Because I've genuinely not even used it much. I just don't care for it, so I've never used it. So what were the other parts I needed? I need one of those. Yeah. I'll either get there or I won't today. If I don't get there today, I'll get there on my own at some point. I'm not at peak efficiency today, so I'm not surprised that I'm having a hard time even without the modifiers going. Also, even when I said I was going full safe mode, I ended up fucking around. Is that on the list? Yes, it was. Okay. And I'll just take this, and that'll be the last piece I need for that until I go get fire. Which actually just needs Scorching Attack, so it's not that hard to get, but you'll notice now as soon as I need fire, fire is gone. Fire is nowhere within this tower. Fuck you, game. Let's see, which other one do I want to set up for at this point? I would love to try for the Twister one, but... I could try for that one and see what that does. Both of them need Twister, though, so fingers crossed that I just get Twister. Which it's interesting that I've never happened to have that one happen naturally, considering how often I take Twister. But it's because of the combination of the other things in there, so I never really take those in conjunction with each other that much. Of course, none of these are Twister once again. Another one. Yeah. No, as I've said many a time, I love Twister. So it's freezing and adamant if I wanna not take a Twister for both of these. But I think I'll try to go for Twister for both, so I'll try to avoid those attacks, because I don't really want poise attacks that badly. Oh, I just happened to see those, and since Twister's something I use a lot, I'm trying to make the most of it that I can, pretty much. While giving me a reason to use Twister again. And actually, Twister and Howling Bolt will pair decently well. Because as soon as I know Twister will end, I just pop the Howling Bolt as a follow-up. And that's at least a use for it. Like, don't get me wrong, still not incredibly powerful, but it is what it is. And you did say you were going to go to bed, though, Flora. I know you keep getting pulled back into the conversation, but you do need to sleep. I like that. Because you're talking about Moonscar. I do enjoy Moonscar. Yeah, exactly. It grows on you. Deep Rend. I know Deep Rend was needed for something, wasn't it? Yeah, that one. So that would also... Yeah, I have 3 things that could pair with Twister. So I'll take Deep Rend even though I want Moonscar. Come on, Twister. Damn you. Damn you, video game. How many of those does Adamant Launcher work with, too? I might have to... Yeah, because the Deep Rend one works with that, too. Yeah, the only one it won't work for is the big big water one that I was thinking about. I guess I'll take Adamant Launcher then, just so at least I have a chance of getting some of those to happen. I just want my damn Twister. Which, that's the other reason I didn't take the assist, is because I would then be locked out of taking Twister. Barring any edge case where that somehow shows up. Still, anyway. Yeah, no, using it more, I am coming around on Howling Bolt a little bit. It might be passing Flamethrower, and Flamethrower might be becoming the worst one instead. Because at least I'm not missing with Howling Bolt. I think this is literally a list of all the things that don't help my current purpose. Now, Dousing Dash does work for that one. It doesn't work for that, but that's because that's ice. So I'll take Dousing Dash, because at least that works with what I'm trying to do. I have such a mess of a fucking setup going right now, because I'm trying to get all those sorted out. It's like, I'm trying to get as many at once as I can. That might very well be Howling Bolt's one thing, actually, for me, is that it's an option for when things are behind me, which happens to me a lot. It's like it's a catch move for when she teleports behind me. So yeah, maybe I'm coming back around on that. Because a lot of my saying that it wasn't good was coming from a place of ignorance to a degree. But I still don't especially like it, because I still prefer my launcher, my bolts to be distance weapons. But I think I can find a place for that now. Still no place for her Flamethrower. Other than if you're going all in on burn. Is the thing that's catching me with Howling Bolt right now is it's probably the bolt I have to put the least thought into using. That and the Chain Lightning requires 0 effort on my part for them to do their thing. I just push button, thing happen. As long as thing in range. Twister. There we go. Okay, the stars have all been aligned. Now I just need the thing to show up. Actually, yeah, okay, I know, yeah. Getting ideas here. Yeah, because I can't go to the dust deposit and then go to the shop. So we'll keep getting more vitality so I can go to the shop in the hopes that it has the ones I'm looking for. Okay, there's a chance. Enfeeble. I'm assuming that's the one from that, considering it mentions both wounded and poise. And I see why you say it's not that great, because it's not really what I would have wanted, but I got it. It's checked off the list now. Oh no, that's the Deep Rendend other one. Okay, so that's not the... Or was that the... No, that's not the... Yeah, because I needed fire for the other... Right. I'm getting my wires crossed because tired brain is falling out of ass right now. Okay, freezing attack I think was needed for... the other one. Yes, freezing attack was one of the options for it, and freezing attack will work just fine for me right now, so give me that. What a mess. This is why I don't get as many of the synergies, is because I typically use just a handful of the options instead of scattering as far as I've done here. Like, this is a pretty wide set compared to what I usually do. Outside of when I was first playing this. When I first played this, I did a lot of widespread stuff. Today, I was a lot more focused in, because I was trying to do specific things. Which, technically, I'm still trying to do a specific thing, just a different specific thing. Actually, I see a spot for this now that I'm using it more, and it's as a counter move. Similar to how I use Twister, actually. Something's coming at me and I don't have another immediate move for it, I can pop the Howl to bounce it away. This has a chance of getting me the synergy I just triggered, so let's see if this works out. Worst case, I might like get a Aurora Borealis or something, which works just fine for me. I will very rarely say no to Aurora Borealis. Basically, I have to be looking for something specific for me to say no to that. There we go, Shatter. Massive shield damage from your attacks while poised. Restore health while breaking shields. Ooh. So I like shield enemies now. Noted. Does this have anything to do with what I'm doing right? Yeah, that's the one I need the other one of these to finish that set, so yes. There's Lost at Sea. Okay, so I've got that synergy done now. I just need to get it to show up again. Which involves getting past these clowns. Which we're in an okay setup for these guys, I think. Because the slow will be very useful. And Twister, as I've mentioned on numerous other occasions, fucks their day up if they happen to all be in the same spot. Wow, actually, you know what? I've been sleeping on Frost for this fight. Frost makes this a lot less of a problem. Because the slow really makes them slow. Like, you know, that sounds like an idiotic statement, and it kind of is. But that's okay, because I'm kind of an idiot. Like, this is a situation of where I sit there and go, huh, I've been being stupid this whole time. Realizations. There we go. Yeah, no, that setup destroyed them. There's the claps. Definitely want faster cooldowns whenever something dies. Up attack being stronger and giving me cooldown reduction. Yes. Yes, and yes. Like, this is the point where this build starts really getting rolling, I think. Both of these are basically the same, except that one's got a stray spirit spot. So I'll go up through the max health ones, pivot to the shop, if I get enough money. Otherwise, I'll go for the relic, and then I'll... Oh, no, if I go for the straight spirit, though, I don't get the Sharboa spawn. No, I don't like that idea. Let's actually grab all the crystals instead. Let's make our abilities a lot stronger. I could go for the money, but at this point I feel like I want the crystals. Even though money would give basically more rolls at getting the synergies, is the one downside to not going for the money. Why did I literally get the same set of options again? No matter how many options I have, apparently I just rolled the same freaking things again anyway. Yeah, no, I'm gonna recant a decent amount of what I've said with Howling Bolt not being useful, because in this particular situation, it's doing a great job. I don't know if I would take it on a lot of weapons, though. I think fists in particular, it's shining at the moment. Might do okay for blades, too. Is the wounded stacks working with how I use blades? But I don't think I'd want it for bow or hammer. But I'm willing to backtrack my statement about it. You are trying to tempt me, but no. I'm gonna stick to my guns in the hopes of getting those synergies. Is there a chance I'd get Sharboa and the Seahorse in the Rift as well, but there's no guarantee of that. There's Water Sprout, which is the one I was working towards with the water. Increased vertical range on Twister. Ooh. Now, there's a problem, though. Because the one that I was working towards with Howling Bolt is still not gonna happen. Oh wait, no, because the Howling Bolt needed fire. I'm an idiot. God damn it. Ah. Yeah, because now this one's done. I've seen everything Sharbora has to offer. I'm missing whatever the hell this is still. This one, of course. I don't think I ever really take Moonsong or Tides of Conflict that often, so that's probably why that hasn't happened. I've never seen Aurora Borealis and Constellation at the same time. This one's just reliant on that, and that's Combustion and Glaciating Frost, which I've never had at the same time either. We can still take a roll at getting that, though, because this will potentially have that synergy show up. Actually, no, I'm still missing a piece. Goddamn moron. I am moron. Ooh, it changed the graphic and everything. Neat. Yeah, that actually is good for Twister. That is a good upgrade for Twister. Actually turning out to be a very good build. Have I ever taken Hypercritical? Is that the one I'm missing? No, there's Hypercritical there. Maybe it's Blood Moon. Did I ever take Blood Moon? No, Blood Moon's one of the ones that's missing. I wouldn't take that just to fill that out in the spot then, because I always ignore it because it's... Yeah, there we go. So yeah, no, I've had that pop up numerous times, so it doesn't have any other requirements. And Blood Moon's the other one missing for that, so I might still potentially get whatever that is too then, at some point. I need to find fire. But I'm running out of territory to find it in. Oh, wait. Hang on. Can I even do it, now that I think about it? Because I have freezing attacks. I might have fucked myself. Hang on. Did I screw this up completely? Yep. I screwed this up completely. I can't do it. Unless I happen to get that edge case where I can switch over to Scorching Attack, we've locked out of doing that. I am an idiot. God damn it. So I once again am gonna have to take Howling Bolt in order to finish that synergy. Because I did a stupid. Because I tried to split too many ways at once, and I knew at some point it was gonna break down. I just didn't realize right there was where the breakdown was gonna be. We may as well go for this one, just because there's a chance we'll get this one out of the way. And there's one that is Constellation and something else as well. But I'm assuming that's Constellation and somebody else's thing. But I wouldn't mind getting Constellation. I haven't seen that in a while, now that I think about it. Absolute Magnitude again. There's Constellation. Right, that's why I don't take Constellation too often when it does show up, though. I know I've had Absolute Magnitude before, but is it related to anything that I'm looking for? Or is it just Constellation? It's just Constellation out of the things that I'm missing. I'm going to take Constellation. I've said that word a lot now. Wow, we have so much dust. Because I didn't shop as many times along the way. Let's see if we can actually get through you this time, shall we? Oh no, you summoned a big bony boy. Ah. Of course, I'm being a smartass, and this is how I'm gonna get bodied. I don't think we've burned our revive yet this run, have we? Just look at the damage clock from Twister every time as well. There we go. Don't need luck, buddy. I got fists. Finally, we've made it to the Frigid Vale after nearly 5 hours of hating myself doing stupid things. Actually, do full attack combo and then Howling Bull. Haymaker, I don't use my launcher enough in this run. So I'll actually take agility. I'm out of space now. Finally, there's fire, so we're just gonna go straight up and pray that fire attack shows up somehow by some miracle. Build's going places. But then again, this is on basic difficulty now, so it's entirely possible that it's only working because of that. And on the higher difficulty, it would still flop. Like, with how close to losing the Warlock fight we were, for example, on a higher difficulty, we would have lost that. Or at the very least died once. And had to use the revive. The amount of lifesteal we have makes these basic rooms a non-issue at this point, if something even gets to hit us. Yeah, no, there's no sign of the thing I'm looking for so far. Is there anything else I can do from this? Yeah, no, it's just combustion. It's a real pity, because I love fire-based things in a lot of cases. Oh, it's something out of Navalik that I need to pair with Constellation. Okay. So I should start looking for Navalik things, theoretically. Let's go and take the additional dust, even though we're already rich. Buy this shop out. Yeah, I don't need either of them, so I guess I'll take another fire one just because it's more unique benefits. I don't think I have what I need for combustion, or I'd be like, yeah, I'll just go for combustion, then glaciating frost, and get that done. Because I think we've gotten so little fire in this run. Those ice lasers are a little bit brutal. They sting a little bit, but they have plenty of warning, so I think they're pretty fair. I may as well take Flare Up, as it will pair with my ice and everything that I've got going. You know what? Sure. Let's see how tough the Area 4 rift is. Answer, just as tough as the rest of them, in that it isn't. Like, these are literally just free prizes. Nope, still didn't get it. I was trying. But we're at this point running out of room for things to show up in, so... just ain't gonna happen this run, I guess. Does this game loop? No, I don't think this game loops, considering there's no proper end yet, I don't think. Unless this area is actually meant to be the proper final area. I don't actually know the answer to that. Ow. We'll find out. Go. Last shop before boss. I mean, sure, I'll take an epic Tides of Conflict, even though it's useless to me at this point. Why not? Going in with 300 health. Let's see how it goes. Oh. Very purple here. Tasmos, the head of the order, huh? Oh, good. You've got those fireballs too, huh? Good. My favorite. He's a tanky boy. You know, you are everything I was annoyed about the first boss with all the teleporting around. And you have the same suddenly gaining armor problem, but every boss in this game has had that problem. Okay, what are you doing now? Allowing me to punch you. Okay, I'm fine with that. Ooh, that sounded meaty, but didn't actually do that much damage, thankfully. Let this be a lesson. A well-balanced build works better than in committing to the bit. As always. Still, beat him first try. Hi. And now we auto-die. Ah. So yeah, run complete. No real surprise that that's a complete run, considering it was a no-curse run. But I'm happy to have at least made it to that area once today. And get through it. I think that will do it for today at about 5 hours for a day that I was not really feeling up to doing this to begin with, which is why I did a filler instead of doing what I was intending to do today. Let me see if anybody's doing anything, and if not, I'll just wrap and move on. I mean, I'm sure people are doing things, just whether things I'll jump to or not is a whole other question. And I think with the fact that I'm not feeling the best and I'm seeing mostly people I haven't checked out entirely on my own, I know I keep using that excuse, and it's not really an excuse, it's just the truth. So we will be rolling with that information. I think this is going to be another no-raid day, sadly. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to stress over it. So, to anybody that's still here, thank you all for taking the time to be here and putting up with the kind of, like, meh situation that there was for today. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so there won't be a stream tomorrow. Thursday, I still need to figure out what I want to do. I might do something out of humble choice, because there's a couple things that would suit for that, but I need to decide whether I want to deal with those or not. Otherwise, I'll come up with something. Friday, still similar case of I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna poke people and see if people want to do things and go from there. Saturday, we'll theoretically finish Sly Cooper, otherwise that'll probably spill over into a third day. We'll see how that goes. Monday is going to be something a little bit different, probably, as long as all plans pan out, but I'm going to keep it under my hat exactly what that is, just in case things don't pan out. Once it's firmed up completely, you'll see an update on Twitter and everything about what's going on with that. Tuesday will be then the next day for La Milana. I know it's going to be a little bit of a wait for those who want to see that, but that's just how that's going to play out. And then we'll figure out how the rest of that week plays out from there. Have a good one, everybody, and I'll see you on Thursday. Hopefully I'll be feeling better. We'll see. Goodbye.